Section 22 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Elisha Kent Kane, by General A. W. Greeley, 1820 to 1857. Elisha Kent Kane, son of Judge John K. Kane, was born in Philadelphia, February 3rd, 1820. In his youth he displayed those qualifications of ceaseless activity, daring adventure, and strong personal courage which characterized his mature manhood. Inclined to all efforts involving physical hardships and contact with nature, his early education was devoted to civil engineering and such natural sciences as chemistry, geography, geology, and mineralogy. Unfortunately, in his 16th year, chronic and functional heart disease developed, which intermittently affected him through life and deterred him from the profession of an engineer. Applying himself to medicine, he graduated therein in 1842 at the University of Pennsylvania, in the meantime having served as a resident physician of the Pennsylvania Hospital. His inaugural medical thesis, based on personal experiments and observations, gave him a reputation which augured professional prominence. In 1843 he was appointed physician to the United States Embassy to China, under Caleb Cushing, who was charged with the negotiation of a treaty with that country. At the wayports and during the tedious intervals of the treaty negotiations, Kane lost no opportunity of travel and adventure. With Baron Leur, he visited the Philippine Islands and the volcano of Tael. Not content with the usual point of view, and despite the protestations of the native guides, he was lowered 200 feet in the crater, whence he scrambled downward to the smoking sulphur lake and dipped his specimen bottles into the steaming waters. In his ascent the loose, heated ashes charred his boots and gave way under his feet. The sulphur vapours nearly asphyxiated him. He fell repeatedly, and was barely able to tie the bamboo rope around him. Drawn up in an exhausted condition and carried to a neighbouring hermitage, he barely escaped violence at the hands of the offended natives, who considered his rash feat a sacrilege. Resigning his appointment with the legation, Kane established himself as a physician at Whampoa on the Canton River, where illness shortly broke up his professional practice. Fortunately for his future fame, he was unsuccessful in his application to the Spanish government for permission to practice medicine at Manila, and Kane returned to the United States by the way of Singapore, India, Egypt, and Europe, his journey marked by adventure and danger. In these, as in all other sea voyages, he suffered excessively from seasickness, which required all of his indomitable will to endure with equanimity. In 1846 he was commissioned assistant surgeon in the United States Navy. His first sea duty took him to the west coast of Africa, where coast fever invalidated him within 10 months. His desire for active service was so great that before his health was re-established, he obtained orders from the Secretary of the Navy to proceed to headquarters of the Army, then in the City of Mexico for duty in connection with the collection of data relative to field hospitals and surgical statistics. Here his activity and daring resulted in his being wounded in a guerrilla skirmish. Assigned temporarily to a surveying vessel, circumstances soon determined Kane's career and gave full scope to his enthusiastic energies and ensured his future fame. The appeals of Lady Franklin, the recommendations of President Taylor, and the generosity of Henry Grinnell had culminated in the organization of a search expedition for Franklin in the Arctic regions. It was provided that the vessels should be manned by volunteers from the Navy, and among those offering their services for this mission of humanity, none was more importunate than Kane. Persistent efforts brought him orders for this fateful voyage while bathing in the tepid waters of the Gulf of Mexico, and 10 days later he sailed from New York for the icy wastes of the North as surgeon of De Haven's flagship, the Advance. This search, known in Arctic history as the First Grinnell Expedition, was made under a joint resolution of the Congress of the United States, dated May 2nd, 1850, to accept and attach to the Navy 2 vessels offered by Henry Grinnell, Esquire, to be sent to the Arctic seas in search of Sir John Franklin and his companions. 2 very small sailing brigs constituted the fleet. The flagship Advance, commanded by De Haven, an officer of Antarctic experience under Wilkes, and the Rescue under Master Griffin. The entire party numbered 33 officers and men. Their objective point was Lancaster Sound and its westward extension, Barrow Strait, whence either or both Wellington Channel and Cape Walker were to be visited. The squadron passed safely through Davis Strait, and, skirting the dreaded land ice of Melville Bay, reached Cape York after 3 weeks of constant and dangerous struggle with the heavy ice, which nearly destroyed the Rescue, borne almost on their beam ends by the enormous pressure from a moving ice pack. De Haven fell in with the English squadrons on the same errand, August 19th, 1850, and, entering Lancaster Sound with his British consorts, devoted his energies to the search in hand. Griffin, of the Rescue, shared with Captain O'Mahony, R.N., the honours of the discovery at Beechy Island of the wintering place of Franklin's squadron in 1845-46. Later, 3 graves of members of Franklin's party were found, and numerous evidences of the good condition and activity of the expedition during that winter. About 3 weeks later, on September the 10th, 1850, De Haven concluded that the position attained was not sufficiently advantageous to justify his wintering, and so decided to return to the United States. Unfortunately, strong gales and very cold weather prevented immediate action, and in a few days both brigs were frozen immovably in an enormous ice pack, where they were destined to drift helplessly to and fro at the mercy of the winds and currents for many months. Beset in Wellington Channel to the north of Beechy Island, the American squadron first found itself drifting slowly, but with alarming steadiness, to the north into waters and along coasts that had, as far as they then knew, never been visited. The drift carried the Advance to latitude 75 degrees 25 minutes north, longitude 91 degrees 31 minutes west, and on September 22nd they discovered new land, to which De Haven gave the merited name of Grinnell. It proved to be an integral part of North Devon, of which it was the northwestern extension. Every few days there was a partial breaking up of the pack and consequent danger of destruction. On one occasion, says Kane, we are lifted bodily 18 inches out of water. The hummocks are reared up round the ship so as to rise a couple of feet above our bulwarks, 5 feet above our deck. They are very often 10 and 12 feet high and threaten to overwhelm us. Add to this darkness, snow, cold, and the absolute destitution of surrounding shores. The temperature fell below 0, and the ship seemed destined to winter in Wellington Channel, but fortunately a strong northwestern gale, in conjunction with heavy tides, disintegrated the main pack and set ships, ice and all, southward into Barrow Strait. Here they fell under the action of a southeasterly current, and, drifting all winter, passed slowly through Lancaster Sound into Baffin Bay, where the opening polar summer found them yet fast in the ice, from which the 2 brigs were freed off Cape Walsingham, June 5th, 1851, after drifting in 8.5 months a distance of 1,050 miles. It is impossible to adequately describe their physical discomforts and dangers, the mental depression of the sunless midwinter of 8 weeks, and the even harder experiences of the Arctic springtide, when excessive cold and increasing lassitude made steady inroads on their impaired constitutions. Kane tells us they were continually harassed by uncertainties as to their ultimate fate. Yesterday, the unbroken floe, stretching as far as the eye could reach, seemed so firm and stable as to ensure months of quiet, uninterrupted life. Today, the groaning, uneasy pack, yielding to an unseen power, split and cracked in all directions, throwing up huge masses of solid ice that threatened to destroy instantly the ship, and occasionally opened in wide cracks through which rushed the open sea. Indeed, the conditions were so critical and the ice movement so rapid that the entire party, within the brief space of 24 hours, had 4 times made ready to abandon their vessels. In March the cold became intense, and for a week it averaged 53 degrees below the freezing point. Scurvy assailed all but 5 of the crew, and De Haven was so ill that all his duties devolved on Griffin, who heroically bore up under disease and the mental and moral responsibilities that the situation forced on him. In all his efforts, Griffin had no more effective coadjutor than the fleet surgeon Kane. Whether acting as a medical officer, treating skilfully the diseased crew, as a hunter, supplementing their scanty stock of antiscorbutic food with the fresh meat of the seal, or as a man, devising means of amusement and stimulating them to mental and physical exertions, Kane incessantly displayed such qualities of cheerfulness, activity, and ingenuity as tended to dispel the pall of despair that sometimes enveloped the whole expedition. When release from the ice permitted the voyage to be renewed, De Haven decided to refit the Greenland ports and again return to Lancaster Sound. Unfortunately, as the squadron was not fitted for a second year's work, the ice in Melville Bay was such as to prevent immediate passage, and so they turned southward, reaching the United States on September 30th, 1851. Such desperate experiences as those involved in the midwinter drift of the Advance would have deterred most men for a time from a second voyage, but with Kane the stimulus to future work apparently increased with every league that he sailed southward. The ship was hardly in port before he initiated a plan for another expedition in the spring of 1852. This failing, he wrote Lady Franklin in May, offering to go with Captain Penny or any good sailing master to give his services without pay, and pledging himself to go to work and raise funds. Finding it impossible to go with any British expedition, he turned his entire efforts to organizing another from America. His chivalric enthusiasm enlisted the sympathies and active support of Henry Grinnell and George Peabody, the first loaning the ship and the latter contributing $10,000 for general expenses. The United States again aided, not only putting Kane on sea pay, but also attached 10 men of the Navy under government pay. Instruments, provisions, etc. were likewise supplied by the Secretary of the Navy, and aid in other directions was afforded by the Smithsonian Institution, the Naval Observatory, and other scientific associations. At this juncture, the discoveries of Captain Inglefield, R.N., in Smith Sound afforded to Kane a new route for his activities. The scheme, as far as the search for Franklin was concerned, was well-meaning, but nonetheless fallacious and illogical. Kane was personally cognizant of the fact that Franklin had gone into Lancaster Sound and had witnessed in 1845-46 at Beechy Island, plainly following the direct and positive orders of the Admiralty, that he should push southward from Cape Walker to the neighbourhood of Bering Strait. Moreover, the last mail ever received from the Franklin expedition contained a letter from Captain Fitzjames, in which he stated that Franklin had shown him the orders, expressed his disbelief in an open sea to the north, and had given a pleasant account of his expectations of being able to get through the ice on the north coast of America. A search for Franklin by the way of Smith Sound, 17 degrees of longitude and 4 degrees of latitude to the north and east of his last known position, was to assume not only that Franklin had disobeyed the strict letter of his instructions, but had also abandoned his voyage after having accomplished 1/3 of the distance from Greenland to Bering Strait. As the initiator and inspirer of the expedition, Kane was the natural head of it, but there were difficulties in the way. The assignment of a surgeon to the command of a naval expedition was unprecedented, but somehow Kane succeeded in overcoming even the time-honoured observances of the Navy, and was placed in command by a formal order of the Secretary of the Navy in November 1852. Kane repeatedly set forth his belief in an open polar sea, and announced his expectation of reaching it. The expedition was not alone a proposed search for Franklin, but especially contemplated the continuation to the northward of the discoveries made in 1851 by Captain Inglefield on the west coast of Greenland. Kane declared his intention of reaching its most northern attainable point, and thence pressing on toward the pole as far as boats or sleds could carry us, examine the coastlines for vestiges of the lost party, and, seeking the open sea, launch our little boats and embark upon its waters. On May 30th, 1853, the expedition left New York in the sailing brig Advance, there being 17 members all told. The vessel was staunch, well fitted and suitable, the scientific instruments satisfactory, but the provisions were illy chosen for Arctic service, and the equipment in many respects inadequate or deficient. The Greenland port supplied skin clothing, dogs, and Eskimo drivers, the latter being destined to play an important part in establishing harmonious relations with the Etah natives. On reaching Melville Bay, Kane decided to take the Middle Passage, direct through the dreaded pack, a most venturesome route for a sailing vessel. Favoured by an offshore gale, the Advance escaped with the loss of a whaleboat and emerged into the open sea near Cape York, known as the North Water. Stopped by the ice, Kane wisely decided to cache his metallic lifeboat, filled with boat stores, on Littleton Island, so as to secure his retreat since, as he says, "My mind was made up from the first that we are to force our way to the north as far as the elements will let us." The ice opening with the tide, Kane rounded Cape Hatherton and was now in Kane Sea. But the Advance was immediately driven into a cove for shelter. At the first opportunity, sail was again made, and a short distance gained to the east-northeast, when a violent gale nearly wrecked her. Repeated efforts to work the vessel to the eastward along a lee coast destroyed fittings and boat, and were so fruitful in danger that on August 26th, 7 out of his 8 officers addressed Kane in writing to the effect that a further progress to the north was impossible, and they were in favour of returning southward to winter. Unfortunately, Kane was not able conscientiously to take the same view, as such retreat would have left him in a less favourable situation to pursue his explorations. 2 weeks longer, the brig was warped to the east during the high water, whenever she was not jammed by huge floes against the rugged coast. But at low water the brig grounded, and was daily in danger of total destruction. Finally, on September 9th, she was put in winter quarters in 78 degrees 37 minutes north, 71 degrees 14 minutes west, in Rensselaer Harbour, which, says Kane, we were fated never to leave together. A long resting place to her, for the same ice is round her still. Winter now advanced with startling rapidity and excessive severity. Freezing temperatures now permanently obtained, the waterfowl were gone, and the scanty vegetation blighted. All were busy, some constructing a building for magnetic and meteorological observations, others making journeys along the eastern coast. Kane visited the high land adjoining Mary Minturn River, some 50 miles away, whence he could see Washington land in the vicinity of Cape Constitution. Hayes and Wilson journeyed on the inland ice, while McGarry with 6 others made 3 caches on the coast, the farthest being under the face of the largest of all Arctic glaciers, now known by the name of Humboldt. The winter proved to be unusually cold, the temperature from December to March inclusive, averaging 54 degrees below the freezing point of water. Most fortunately, the men remained in health, but Kane grieved over the loss of his dogs, only a dozen surviving out of the original 80. In this contingency, Kane decided to put his men in the field, and after 2 weeks of excessive cold, the temperature averaging 77 degrees below freezing, a party was sent out while the mercury was yet frozen. Their orders were to reach Washington Land, about 100 miles distant across the sea ice. It soon became evident to Brooks, the commander of the party, that the journey was impossible of execution, and after 8 marches, in which less than 40 miles were traversed, he turned back on March 29th, 1854. The cold that day was intense, about 90 degrees below freezing, and the next morning 4 men were frozen so badly that they could not walk. Only 4 men were left for work. The distance to the brig was 30 miles, while the intervening ice was so rough that they could not drag their disabled comrades. Hickey volunteered to remain, while Zontag, Olsen, and Peterson should go to the brig for help. The 3 men finally reached the Advance, but they were so physically exhausted and in such mental condition that they could not even indicate in what direction they had left their comrades. Kane appreciated the gravity of the situation and the necessity of prompt measures. A relief party was at once started, which Kane led himself, despite his impaired health, physical weakness, and the general unfitness for such a desperate journey. As always, he spared not himself when danger threatened. Olsen, being the clearest-headed of the sledgemen, was put in a sleeping bag and dragged on a sledge as a guide. 18 hours' travel were without tangible result. Kane fainted twice on the snow. His stoutest men were seized with trembling fits, and as yet no signs of the missing party. Fortunately, Kane had taken the Eskimo Hans Hendrik, whose keen eye discovered the track that led to the tent of the frozen men. They were alive, but crippled beyond the possibility of marching. The weather remained fine, or all would have perished, and as it was, Hayes, the surgeon, in his report of their condition on reaching the brig, said, "I was startled by their ghastly appearance. When I hailed them, they met me only with a vacant, wild stare. They were, to a man, delirious. Of the 8 men, only 1 returned sound. 2 shortly died, 2 others suffered amputations, and 3 escaped with temporary disabilities." 3 weeks later, on April 26th, Kane set out on what, to use his own words, was to be the crowning expedition of the campaign to attain the ultimate tool of the Greenland shore. Impressed with the impracticability of the direct journey across the main ice pack, he decided to follow the shoreline, 5 men dragging a sledge, while Kane and Godfrey travelled by dog team. He had been led by his resolute spirit to overestimate the physical strength of his men and himself, and the party broke down before it had even approached the Humboldt Glacier. Their enthusiastic leader was stricken with fainting spells and rigidity of limbs, but Kane would not admit his illness to be more than temporary, and bidding the men strap him on the sledge, proceeded onward. His diminished physical powers now became evident through the freezing of his rigid and swollen limbs. Delirious and fainting at the end of the march, he was carried in an almost insensible condition to his tent, when his men wisely took the matter in their own hands and started back for the brig. 9 days later, through forced marches and heroic efforts of his sledge-mates, themselves partially disabled, Kane was carried on board the Advance, fluctuating between life and death. Hardly conscious, his mind clouded, and his swollen features barely recognizable, his general condition was such that the surgeon regarded his ultimate recovery as nearly hopeless. While Kane's recuperative powers were simply marvelous, yet he did not recover sufficiently to make another journey that spring. In this extremity he turned to his surgeon, Israel I. Hayes, who volunteered to explore the unknown shores of Grinnell Land, which lay in sight to the west of Smith Sound. With the seaman Godfrey as a companion and a dog team as the means of transportation, Hayes struggled through the almost impassable floes and bergs of the main strait, and finally attained Cape Hayes on the western coast, in about 79 degrees and 45 minutes north latitude. The return journey to the Advance was possible only by abandoning everything that in the slightest degree impeded the progress of the exhausted men and famishing dogs. This success caused Kane to make one more effort to reach the hitherto inaccessible Washington Land, and for this purpose he placed all his means at the disposal of one of his seamen, William Morton. A supporting party accompanied Morton to Humboldt Glacier, whence he proceeded with Eskimo Hans Hendrik and a dog team on the advance journey. Their track lay over the sea ice about 5 miles from and parallel with the face of the glacier. 5 days took them to the new land to the north, and 3 days later, June 24th, 1854, Morton reached alone an impassable headland, Cape Constitution. From the highest attainable elevation, Morton found his view completely cut off to the northeast, but between the west and north he could see the southeastern half of Kennedy's Channel, as far north as Mount Ross, 80 degrees 58 minutes north. He says, not a speck of ice was to be seen as far as I could observe. The sea was open, the swell came from the northward, and the surf broke in on the rocks below in regular breakers. Morton described accurately the general landscape, but he was an incompetent astronomical observer, and his estimates of distances were excessive. The farthest point was charted nearly 100 miles north of its true position, while Cape Constitution was placed 31 miles too far north by Morton and 52 geographic miles by Kane, who corrected Morton's observations by a series of erroneous bearings. Morton's general account of his explorations has been confirmed by Hans Hendrik in his memoir written some years since in Eskimo. In the meantime, the Etah Eskimo natives of Prudhoe Land had discovered the brig, and through the interpreter Hans Hendrik promptly established friendly relations with Kane. It may be said that the expedition owed its final safety to these natives. Their supplies of fresh meat checked scurvy, and later their dog teams rendered retreat possible. Slight misunderstandings, not always the fault of the natives, naturally occurred, But the Eskimo were honest, humane, and willing, and never committed a hostile act. The summer of 1854 justified the expressed fears of Kane's officers, for it passed in the ice yet unbroken in Rensselaer harbour. It was evident in July that the brig would never be freed from the ice. And in this critical situation, Kane, taking 5 men in a whaleboat, attempted to reach Beechy Island, several hundred miles to the southwest, whence he expected to obtain succor from the English searching squadron. The unfavourable condition of the ice in Smith's Sound caused the failure of this attempt, and yet worse, encouraged the idea of dividing the party, an idea that culminated in the well-known Arctic boat journey, as Dr. Hayes termed it. Despite Kane's futile experiences in July, the majority of the party maintained that a boat journey to Upernavik was both practicable and advisable. Confronted by this attitude of the expeditionary force, Kane assembled them, set forth the dangers of such an attempt, and vehemently urged them to abandon the project, which the lateness of the season and the unfavourable ice conditions rendered most improbable of success. Finally, he granted the privilege of unfettered action to such as believed the journey practicable, stipulating only that those leaving the vessel should renounce, in writing, all claims upon the expedition, and should elect a leader. 9 elected to go, 8 to remain. Kane displayed a magnanimous spirit, equipping them most liberally, and assuring them, in writing, that the brig should be ever open should disaster overtake them. The boat journey was a failure, and Kane bade them welcome when, early in December, he learned that the party, some 200 miles distant, and in imminent danger of perishing by starvation, was desirous of returning to the Advance. Kane promptly sent supplies to the suffering men, and on December 12th the entire crew was once again upon the brig. The winter of 1854-5 passed wretchedly. The physical condition of the party steadily deteriorated. Failing fuel necessitated the burning of the upper woodwork of the brig. Their food was reduced to ordinary marine stores, and game failed equally to the hunters of the Advance, and the persistent efforts of the Etah natives on the ice-clad land and in the frozen sea. In addition, scurvy attacked the crew. Hayes lost a portion of his frozen foot, and hardly a man of the crew remained fit for duty. The necessity of abandoning the brig and retreating by boat to Upernavik, Danish Greenland, was now forced upon Kane's mind. The cooperation of the natives greatly facilitated, if it did not alone render possible, the transportation of their provisions, boats, and stores to Cape Alexander. Kane says the Eskimo brought daily supplies of birds, assisted in carrying boat stores, and invariably exhibited the kindest feelings and strictest honesty. Bidding farewell to the natives at Cape Alexander on June 15th, 1855, Cape York was passed, the land ice of Melville Bay followed, and the northern coast of Danish Greenland reached in 47 days. In the meantime, a relief squadron under command of Lieutenant Hartstein, United States Navy, had visited Smith Sound, where the natives informed him of Kane's journey southward. taken on board the returning flagship at Disco, Kane and his men reached New York, October 11th, 1855. Kane had hardly reached home when it became evident that his undermined constitution could not longer withstand the inroads of a disease which for 20 years had afflicted him. Change of climate was tried without avail, and he died at Havana, Cuba, February 16th, 1857, at the early age of 37. Between his first and second voyages, Kane had become deeply interested in Margaretta Fox, one of the well-known spiritualists who later published their correspondence under the title of The Love Life of Dr. Kane. Their relations, it is believed, resulted in a secret marriage shortly before Kane's death. The rare literary skill shown in the account of Kane's expedition has charmed millions of readers with its graphic account of the labours, hardships, and privations of Kane and his men. It should not, however, be considered that this expedition merits attention alone from its tales of suffering and bravery, for none other of that generation contributed so materially to a correct knowledge of the Arctic regions. In ethnology, it gave the first full account of the Etah Eskimo, the northernmost inhabitants of the world. In natural history, its data as to the flora and fauna of the isolated and ice-surrounded extremity of western Greenland were original, and have to this day but scantily supplemented. In physical sciences, the magnetic, tidal, and climatic observations remained for 20 years the most important series pertaining to the Arctic regions. Kane's voyage not only extended geographically Inglefield's discoveries 100 miles to the northward, but it also opened up a practical and safe route for Arctic exploration, which has been more fruitful of successful results than any other. Kane was a man of generous impulses, enthusiastic ideals, and a kindly heart. His chivalric nature, indomitable will, and great courage have impelled him to hazardous enterprises, but he stands out in this modern age as an unselfish character, willing to brave hardships and risk his own life on a vague possibility of rescuing Franklin and his companions. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Ferdinand De Lesseps, by Clarence Cook, 1805 to 1894. If, as Dante sings, there is no greater grief than in a time of misery to remember happier days, there are few persons in our time who can testify more feelingly to the truth of the poet's words than Ferdinand de Lesseps. For many years he was a bright shining, sympathetic figure among those who lead in the van of our material progress, and the accomplishment, by his initiative and energy, of the long dream of the Suez Canal made him the hero, not of his own nation alone, but of all the civilized world. Honours were heaped upon him, and acclamations greeted him on every side. His name became a household word. A few years later, and all is changed. At the advanced age of 88, Ferdinand de Lesseps is in deep disgrace. charged with the chief responsibility for the ruin brought about by the failure of another of his great enterprises, the Panama Canal, he has been condemned by the tribunal to pay a huge fine, and has only been saved from the shame of actual imprisonment by the knowledge of his judges that, in his feeble state of health, imprisonment would speedily be fatal. As at the ceremonies on the occasion of the opening of the Suez Canal, De Lesseps was compared to Columbus, the opener of a way to the New World, so we may see the close of the great discoverer's career reflected in the tragic ending of the splendid fortunes of De Lesseps. Ferdinand De Lesseps was the son of a French gentleman who, 50 years since, was in the consular service of France in Egypt. He was born at Versailles in 1805, and after receiving the usual education given to youth of his class, he was early inducted into the mysteries of diplomatic life, where his father's services and influence naturally opened a way for him. In 1833, when 28, he was made consul at Cairo, and remained at that post for over 10 years, during which time he laid the foundations for that knowledge of all matters connected with Egyptian affairs which was to prove so valuable to him and to the world a few years later. In 1842 De Lesseps was transferred from Cairo to Spain and was made consul at Barcelona. Spain was at this time much disturbed by factional quarrels and jealousies, partly due to disputed claims to the succession to the throne, and partly to the angry rivalries of political leaders, each eager to save the country by his particular nostrum. In the dynastic struggle, Queen Christina, made regent after the death of her husband, Ferdinand VII, had been exiled to France, and General Espartero, who at first had stood for her cause, now ruled as regent in her place. In 1843, the year after the arrival of De Lesseps, the city of Barcelona, which in common with many other places had refused to support Espartero, openly revolted, and was besieged and bombarded by his forces. And in the course of the siege, which brought great misery upon the inhabitants, De Lesseps did so many humane and generous acts at great personal risk, that he was rewarded by honours from the governments of several nations whose subjects had been protected by him in his official capacity. It was natural that after this proof of his abilities, De Lesseps should be advanced to a still higher position, and in the spring of 1848 he was made minister to Madrid. This place he held, however, only until February 1849, for in May of that year he was sent to Rome to patch up a peace between the popular party and the French army of occupation. This proved an unfortunate venture. De Lesseps was recalled to France in disgrace in June of the same year for having shown too great a sympathy for the party of Mazzini, which aimed to establish a Roman republic. It may be conjectured that the disappointment of De Lesseps at this abrupt ending of his diplomatic career was not very great. He had not been drawn to the profession by natural inclination, but had inherited it, so to speak, from his father, as another man might inherit the profession of law or medicine, or as the son of a mechanic might inherit his father's trade. His ambition and tastes both led him in a different direction. He would play a more active, a more striking part in the affairs of his time. During the period of his residence in Egypt as consul for France, he must often have heard the project of a canal across the Isthmus of Suez discussed, since the course of events was every year making the necessity of the undertaking more evident. As is well known, the idea of such a canal was not a new one. Herodotus speaks of a canal designed and partly excavated by Pharaoh Necho in the 7th century before Christ to connect the city of Bubastis in the delta of the Nile with the Red Sea. As planned, the canal was to be 10 feet deep, with a width sufficient for 2 triremes to pass abreast, and it was expected that the voyage would be accomplished in 4 days. After the lives of 126,000 Egyptian workmen had been sacrificed to the hardships of the undertaking, Herodotus says that Necho, alarmed at the difficulties and expense, consulted the oracle as to what was best for him to do, and received the answer, "Thou art working for barbarians." The Egyptians, like the Greeks, considered all foreigners as barbarians, and the answer simply reflected the sentiment of the people, or of their leaders, that this vast expenditure of labour, time, and money would prove to be, after all, as much for the benefit of foreigners as for themselves. The oracle gave a voice to national and political prejudices, such as even in our own time are continually evoked to block the wheels of great enterprises. Necho, we are told, heeded the warning of the oracle and abandoned the enterprise. But about 100 years later, in the time of Darius Hystaspes, work on the canal was resumed and the undertaking was completed. From time to time we find mention made of the canal by later authors, but about the end of the 8th century of our era it was finally abandoned and left to be blocked up by the sand. The project was revived by Napoleon I at the time of his Egyptian expedition, but on the report of his engineer, Monsieur Lepere, now known to be mistaken, that the Red Sea level was 30 feet higher than that of the Mediterranean, nothing further was done, nor was it until so late as 1847 that it was again taken up and an attempt made to interest the maritime powers of Europe in the scheme, but nothing serious was accomplished. In truth, the idea of a canal uniting the two seas had up to this time been largely sentimental, if we may so express it, rather connected with vast schemes of conquest than founded on the vital needs of commercial development and the material good of the people. The commerce of the Mediterranean countries with India and the remoter East had not in those earlier times reached a point where such a costly undertaking as the Suez Canal could prove remunerative. What trade there was could be sufficiently and more cheaply accommodated by the overland machinery of caravans, while France, Spain, and England still found the route by the Cape to answer all their purposes. In fact, it was more than doubtful whether sailing vessels, by means of which trade was then chiefly carried on, or even steamers of the build then employed, could use the canal to profit. It was believed that the advantages promised by a shorter route would be counterbalanced by the delays and dangers reckoned inseparable from the navigation of so narrow a waterway. These objections, really of a serious nature, made it difficult to win over the business world to a practical interest in the scheme. De Lesseps had been from the start the chief mover in the enterprise, to which he had given many years of his time, and he was not a man to be discouraged by repeated failures to bring others to his own way of thinking. His long experience, besides, in the ways of diplomacy had prepared him for delays and obstructions. But the time came at last when his enthusiasm, his confidence in himself, and his skill in dealing with men were to bring about the realization of his hopes. 5 years, from 1849 to 1854, had been occupied by De Lesseps in negotiations with governments and bankers, but it was not until 1854 that the event occurred which ensured the success of his great undertaking. In that year, Mahomet Said Pasha became Viceroy of Egypt, and no sooner was he seated than he sent for De Lesseps to consult with him as to the possibility of carrying out the project of the canal. In November of the same year, a commission was signed at Cairo by the Viceroy, charging De Lesseps with the formation of a company to be named the United Suez Canal Company, with a capital of 200 million francs, afterward raised to 300 million. From this time the affairs of the canal went on with comparative smoothness, and by 1858 the money necessary for the work had been pledged. One half the loan was placed on the continent, chiefly in Paris. The other half was taken by the Viceroy. Actual work on the canal was begun in 1858, and such rapid progress was made that it was completed in the autumn of 1869, and open to the commerce of the world with magnificent ceremonies lasting for several days. Religious ceremonies in which priests of the Catholic Church, the Greek Church, and the Moslem faith united were followed by a naval parade representing the European powers and the United States, and the whole concluded with a brilliant series of fêtes and entertainments at Cairo. As the originator of the canal, De Lesseps, was a Frenchman, and as France had been the chief promoter of the enterprise, the place of honour at these ceremonies was naturally given to the Empress Eugénie, who went to Cairo as the representative of the French nation, while to De Lesseps, as naturally, was given the next place, a position which he filled with equal dignity and modesty, winning golden opinions from all sorts of people. The Suez Canal, though a vast and important undertaking, presented almost no engineering difficulties to be overcome. At Port Said, the Mediterranean entrance to the canal, two great piers, to serve as breakwaters, were built of artificial stone, projecting into the sea. The western, a distance of 6,940 feet, the eastern, 6,020 feet, and enclosing an area of 450 acres, thus providing a safe and commodious harbour. At Suez, the Red Sea terminus of the canal, a less formidable defence was needed, but the necessary docks and buildings called for a considerable outlay. From Port Said to Suez, the land is almost a dead level. The few sand dunes that break the monotonous uniformity of the isthmus nowhere reach a greater height than 50 or 60 feet. Along the middle line of the isthmus there was a series of depressions, some shallow, and others, the bottoms of which were lower than the level of the sea. Although these depressions were at all times dry, yet they were called lakes, and as such figure on the maps, where we read the names Lake Timsah, the Bitter Lakes, and others. They were found to be thickly encrusted with salt on the bottom and sides, indicating that at one time they had been filled with seawater. It is indeed most probable that the whole isthmus was at a very remote period entirely submerged. In the construction of the canal, these depressions were made to play a very important part. The line of the canal was carried directly through them. The shallower were brought to a sufficient depth by dredging. The deeper were simply filled with water and required nothing more for safe navigation than an indication of the channel by buoys. Thus, in the whole length of the canal, reckoned at 88 geographical miles, there are 66 miles of actual digging, 14 miles of dredging through the lakes, and 8 miles where neither digging nor dredging was required. Water began to flow from the Mediterranean into the canal in February 1869 and from the Red Sea in July of the same year, and by October the lakes and the canal in its whole length were filled with water navigable by vessels of the highest class. The waterway thus obtained has a width at the surface varying from 197 feet at deep cuttings to 225 feet at lower ground. The sides slope to a width at the bottom of 72 feet, and an average depth of 26 feet is secured along the whole course. As the water is at one level from sea to sea, the canal is without obstruction of any kind. No locks, dams, or water gates are required, and vessels enter the canal from either end and pursue their journey without interruption or detention. So great, however, was the eagerness of trade to take advantage of the new route, that the volume of traffic increased within a very short time after the opening of the canal to such an extent as to cause serious delays in the transit, and a number of schemes were brought forward for building other canals by which the two seas might be united. In the end, all these plans were abandoned, and it was decided to widen the canal sufficiently to enable it to meet the increased demand upon its carrying capacity. It may not be without interest to note the growth of traffic in the canal by a few figures. From 486 ships, which passed through in 1870, the number rose to 3,100 in 1886, while the receipts increased from 1,000,000 $31,875 in 1870 to $11,541,090 in 1886. The canal, when completed, was found to have cost £20 million sterling, a sum far in advance of the original estimate, but made necessary by the addition of several important items of expenditure that were not foreseen. One of these was the substitution of paid labour for the forced labour promised by the Pasha, but which was made impossible by public clamour. The Egyptian ruler discovered that he was not living in the times of the pyramid-building pharaohs, when men were made beasts of burden. Another item not provided for was the necessity of supplying the 30,000 workmen employed on the canal with fresh water. For this purpose, a branch canal had to be dug, by which water could be brought from the Nile. The enterprise thus brought to a happy ending has already proved of great service to the world. It must be looked upon not merely as a benefit to commerce, but as one of the many powerful agents now at work binding the nations closer together. It is indissolubly connected with the name of De Lesseps, and had he been contented with the fortune and the reputation gained by his work in forwarding the canal, few names would have shone brighter in the list of those who have helped on man's material well-being. But in an evil hour he was persuaded to lend his support to the Panama Canal scheme, and along with the ruined fortunes and ruined reputations sunk in that abyss, the name and fortune of De Lesseps and his family have suffered irretrievable blight. The Panama Canal was not first proposed in our day. The scheme is as old as the discovery of the isthmus. The early navigators, says J.C. Rodriguez, could not help noticing how near to each other were the two oceans, and how comparatively easy would be, they thought, the cutting of a canal through that narrow strip of land between them. The celebrated Portuguese navigator Antonio Galvao, as early as 1550, wrote an essay on the subject wherein he suggested 4 different lines, one of which was through the Lake of Nicaragua and another by the Isthmus of Panama. England, in 1779, was the first to make an attempt to control the river and lake communications, but her forces sent under Nelson to begin the work were driven away by the terrible fever that has thus far been the best defence of the isthmus from attack. Various schemes were entertained by other nations, but, although the United States kept a jealous eye upon its own interests in the enterprise, it was not until the discovery of gold in California that it saw a vital reason for insisting upon its paramount claims, and the outbreak of the Civil War, with its threats of European intervention, made an easier communication with the rising states of the Pacific coast seem an absolute necessity. But we moved slowly and with vacillating steps. We were divided in opinion as to the best route to take, as to the sort of canal that was desirable, as to the advisability of building any canal. When the war was over, the rapid increase of railroad communication with the Pacific coast made public opinion still more indifferent to the enterprise. Meanwhile, the French had started with great energy a scheme for a canal at Panama, and De Lesseps had been induced to lend his name to the scheme and to take an active part in carrying it out. For this purpose he visited the United States and used his best diplomatic arts to induce our government to unite with him in his plans. But he could do nothing on this side of the water and returned to France to fight the battle alone. There, the interest in the scheme, artificially excited by speculators and still further aided by the efforts of De Lesseps and his friends, increased to such an extent as to swamp all considerations of prudence. The name of De Lesseps, consecrated by the brilliant success of Suez, proved to be a powerful charm. Thousands and tens of thousands of people in the cities and in the country put the hard-earned savings of years into the venture. Senators, deputies, men of high social rank in public life shamelessly sold their votes and their voices to secure the moral aid and the money of the state to aid their gambling enterprise, and the newspaper press of Paris, at all times venal, betrayed for bribes the trust that was reposed in it. Such a state of things could not last forever. The end, long prophesied, came at last. The exposure was complete, and the whole stupendous scheme of fraud was unmasked. Something might have been saved from the wreck had the canal itself been a real thing so far as it had gone, a practical enterprise, sure in time to pay its investors and serve the public. But it was found that everything connected with the construction of the canal had been grossly misrepresented. The estimates of expense, the reports of the engineering difficulties to be overcome, the dangers from the climate, the bills of mortality, everything, in short, was enveloped in a cloud of lies. So great was the shock to public confidence that followed this exposure that for a time the Republic itself seemed in danger of overthrow. The eyes of the world were fixed upon De Lesseps and his son Charles as the chief authors of the mischief, and when the crisis was past and the smoke of the upheaval had passed away, the Panama Canal was seen to be a ruined enterprise, and buried deep underneath it was the once honoured name of Ferdinand De Lesseps. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. General John C. Fremont, by Jane Marsh Parker, 1813 to 1890. In these days of rapid transit between New York and San Francisco, of luxurious travel across desert and mountain, the story of John Charles Fremont, the pathfinder of the Great West, is of peculiar interest, a striking illustration that the history of the world is in the biography of its leaders, in the pathfinders of the unexplored. The stormy tide of the French Revolution sent the father of John Charles Fremont to the New World about the time, presumably, when Napoleon Bonaparte was in the height of power. This M. Fremont came of a good family living near Lyon, France. A British man-of-war made prize of the ship in which he sailed for San Domingo, and he was carried prisoner to one of the British West India Islands. His captivity lasted several years. Upon gaining his liberty, he stopped at Norfolk, Virginia, to fill an empty purse as a teacher of French, and there he met Anne Beverly Whiting, a leading belle of an old Virginia family, who became his wife. One of the illustrious connections of the Whitings was that with the family of George Washington. M. Fremont's marked fondness for travel and adventure was shared by his wife. They took long journeys through the wild southern country, stopping at Indian villages, often sleeping by campfires. On one of these expeditions, when making a halt at Savannah, Georgia, John Charles, the first child, was born. January 21, 1813, M. Fremont died a few years after. The boyhood of John Charles was spent in Charleston. It is well to remember, in a study of his life, his French blood and early Southern environment. His first choice of a profession was the law. At the age of 14, he became a student in the office of John W. Mitchell, who placed him under a private tutor, Dr. Roberton, who understood the lad thoroughly and developed his character in the right direction. Dr. Roberton seems to have first discovered what was made plain in Fremont's afterlife, the makings of a poet, and the foresight of a prophet. Translating the story of the Battle of Marathon in the Greek class, young Fremont catches the spirit with which it was told by Herodotus, and writes verses in protest of tyranny which are published in one of the Charleston papers. In 1 year, wrote his tutor, he had read 4 books of Caesar, Cornelius, Nepos, Sallust, 6 books of Virgil, nearly all of Horace, and 2 books of Livy. In Greek, Gratia Minora, about half of the first volume of Gratia Majora, and 4 books of the Iliad. At 15, he enters the junior class of Charleston College. At 16, he is confirmed in the Episcopal Church, entertaining at that time thoughts of entering the ministry. His steady progress is interrupted by his first love affair. His absorbing passion so gets the better of his common sense that he neglects his books and classes and is expelled from college. We next find him teaching higher mathematics, acting as private tutor, and devoting his evenings to the charge of the apprentices' library of school in Charleston. At 20 years of age, he received the appointment of teacher of mathematics, and his long connection with the United States Army had its beginning. His post, the sloop of war Natchez. He was to go on a cruise of 2 years and more along the coast of South America. Here was a chance for him to unfit himself for further advancement, but he improved his time upon the cruise to the utmost, and his diligent scholarship won for him the double degree of Bachelor and Master of Arts from the college from which he had been expelled. His application for a mathematical professorship in the Navy resulted in his passing the severe examination and in an appointment to the frigate Independence. He declined the office, however, having decided to become an engineer to join Captain Williams' survey of the mountain passes between South Carolina and Tennessee. There was talk of a railroad between Charleston and Cincinnati in those days. This was Fremont's first experience in exploring expeditions. The Corps lived chiefly in camp. The survey was in wild mountainous regions of the unexplored South among Indians sullen against the government. Fremont liked this kind of a life. He enlisted under Captain Williams the second time in 1837 as assistant engineer, going with him upon a military reconnaissance of the Cherokee country in Georgia, North Carolina, and Tennessee. A war cloud was rising. The peril of the expedition was its charm to Fremont. St. Louis was then on the border of an immense and almost unexplored Indian country. The caravans of merchandise going through it to Santa Fe ran all the risks you can read among Bedouins in the desert. The hunters and trappers, as well as the merchants, started off into the unknown with only one certainty, that danger was there, and when they came back, if they ever did, it was as from underworld. About this time, a distinguished French geographer, M. Nicolet, was sent to this country by France to explore the sources of the Mississippi in the interests of geography. The United States were also interested in the geography of almost unknown Northwest. M. Nicolet was appointed to make explorations for the United States, and Fremont was honored with the position of principal assistant. It was high time that something should be done in the interest of geography made up largely from travelers' tales. That there was a great river, the Buenaventura, running from the base of the Rocky Mountains to the Bay of San Francisco, nobody doubted, for there it was upon the map. The exploration of M. Nicolet, assisted by Fremont, awakened great interest. They were absent 2 years. Their field, the territory between the Missouri and the upper rivers as far north as the British line, the report was awaited with impatience. Fremont came home to find that he had been appointed second lieutenant of the United States Topographical Engineers. As a scientific explorer, his fame was established. The year following his return, he spent in Washington with M. Nicolet preparing his report for publication. Among those most deeply interested was Senator Benton of Missouri, Tom Benton, as he was popularly called, an old bullion. Benton's hobby was the opening of a road for immigrants to the Pacific coast as a necessary step to the acquisition of the territory held by Mexico, the California of today. Senator Benton's interest in the report of the young engineer, then about 27 years of age, was surpassed by the young engineer's interest in the senator's daughter, Jessie, then only 15, interest which ended in a betrothal, contrary to the wishes of older heads, owing to Miss Benton's youth and young Fremont's connection with the Army. The young engineer received an unexpected and unwelcome order, sending him to the wild frontier of Iowa at once, where the Sacs and Foxes, it was thought by Senator Benton, who had a hand in his exile, might be made to help postpone the marriage at least, but banishment and redskins were of no avail in breaking the engagement. Fremont performed his duty to the letter, returning to Washington and married Miss Benton, October 19, 1841, a runaway match, which happily brought lifelong happiness to both parties. Mrs. Fremont became the connecting link, to use her own words, between her father's fixed idea of the importance of the speedy acquisition of the Pacific coast and its actualization through the man best fitted to be the pioneer of the undertaking. Less than a year after his marriage, in the summer of 1842, Fremont was sent by the War Department on the first of the 5 expeditions which gave him the name of Pathfinder. The Mexican War was ripening fast. England had at that time financial claims upon Mexico, and Mexico was bankrupt. How to get California was a serious question, reminding the United States diplomats of the old Quaker's advice to his son, "Get money, Joseph, get money. Get it honestly if you can, but get it." Acquisition of California by settlement was vigorously encouraged. The best routes across the mountains must be discovered and surveyed. Partial explorations of routes to Oregon and California had been made. Immigrants had crossed the Rockies and were settled in the Sacramento Valley. But the geography of the Great Basin was inaccessible to science. The best and safest routes were only guessed at. Immigration was checked by rumors of peril, alas, too true. Fremont's order to go to the frontier beyond the Mississippi was changed at his request for something more definite, the exploration of the South Pass of the Rocky Mountains. August 8, 1842, he reached the South Pass, and then the unexplored was before him, untrodden ground. Kit Carson was his guide. 28 men made up his party, Canadian voyagers, picked men, well mounted and armed. Only 8 of the expedition driving wagons. Randolph Benton, a lad of 12, Fremont's brother-in-law, was one of the number. The great event of this expedition, so full of thrilling adventure, was the first ascent of that highest peak of the Wind River Mountains, now called Fremont's Peak, 13,570 feet in height. "We mounted the barometer in the snow of the summit," Fremont wrote, "and fixing a ramrod in the crevice, unfurling the national flag where never flag waved before. While we were sitting on the rock, a solitary bumblebee came winging its flight from the eastern valley and lit on the knee of one of the men. They run a Kenyan in the Platte, singing a Canadian boat song for all the peril. Their boat is whirled over, food, ammunition, and valuable records lost. Climbing up and out of the canyon, they admire the scenery in spite of their forlornity. Cacti and bare feet, hunger and thirst. But astronomical and barometrical observations and drawings are made, botanical specimens collected, and a mass of information, making the report of this expedition what has been called the most enduring monument of Fremont's fame. The report was hailed in England as well as the United States, and was followed by an increase of the wagon trains crossing the mountains via the South Pass. The first expedition was absent some 6 months. Fremont's Peak marked the western point of that journey. The next order from the government sent Fremont in the spring of 1843 to begin exploring where he had left off in 1842, to connect his survey with that of Commodore Wilkes on the Pacific coast. Kit Carson was again his guide. Many of the previous expedition enlisted 32 men in all. Across the forks of the Kansas, the route lay west of Fort Laramie through the Medicine Butte Pass and the South Pass to the northern end of Great Salt Lake. Fremont's report of this region led the Mormons to settle at Salt Lake afterward, believing they would be in Mexican territory. The record of this expedition, like the preceding one, is a story of fearful suffering and heroic endurance. It is given in detail in Fremont's memoirs and Benton's 30 Years in the Senate. Deep snows on the mountains, no sign of the Buena Ventura River, Indians refusing to guide such a foolhardy venture, skeleton men leading skeleton horses, the descent into the Sacramento Valley at last, and the arrival at Fort Vancouver, November 1843, gives but a glimpse of the heroism of this second expedition. The suffering endured in reaching the coast was as nothing to that of the return through the great valley between the Rockies and the Sierra Nevada. Looking for the river they were the first to prove did not exist at all. from San Francisco back to Salt Lake, 3,500 miles in 8 months, not once out of the sight of snow. Geography had gained an important fact. The Colorado was the only river flowing from the Rocky Mountains on that part of the continent. For 8 months, not a word had been heard from the party at the east, and then Fremont came home, thin as a shadow, and Mrs. Fremont could tell him that she might have prevented his going at all had she chosen, for an order from Washington countermanding the expedition had been received by her addressed to her husband soon after his departure from St. Louis. The expedition was not too far away when the dispatch came for her to get it to him, but she decided to withhold it. Because he had taken a mountain howitzer in his outfit, he was ordered to stay at home. What a scientific expedition could want of a howitzer was not plain to the authorities, who seemed to think that hostile Indians knew at sight the difference between a military and a scientific party and would respect it. Mrs. Fremont tells a story in The Century for March 1891 how she not only did not send on the dispatch, but a messenger instead, bidding Fremont go at once without asking why. So fearful was she a duplicate order might defeat his going at all. General Scott was commander-in-chief of our army in 1845. At his insistence, Lieutenant Fremont was made captain in the United States Army, and in the fall of that year was sent by the government on another expedition, this time to find the best road to the Pacific coast. Trouble with Mexico was growing fast. Our southwestern territory needed looking after, the northwestern of Mexico as well. Fremont was to follow the Arkansas River to its source in the Rocky Mountains, explore the Great Basin, the Cascades, and the Sierra Nevada, and define a route in a southern latitude for immigrants. Kit Carson was among the 60 men of this party, and several veterans of the 2 former expeditions. They struck out for the Sierra by the way of the Humboldt River. The war with Mexico broke out soon after their departure. It was another story of fearful hardship. The Sacramento Valley was reached at last, and Fremont hastened to Monterey to get permission from the Mexican authorities to make a scientific exploration of the region. His request was granted, and permission given to replenish his exhausted supplies. Why the government revoked this permission almost as soon as granted, ordering him and his men to quit the country at once, or they would be sent as prisoners to Mexico, is a source of much controversy between historians of that day and this. Fremont could not retreat into the desert with his scanty outfit. A rude fort was built at once on Hawk's Peak, some 30 miles from Monterey, and the stars and stripes flung out, Fremont and his men ready to take the consequences of such defiance. When they withdrew, as they did in a few days, overtures from the Mexicans followed them, even a proposition from the Spanish officer that Fremont could join with him and declare the country independent of Mexico. Fremont moved northward. He had reached Tlamath Lake, and when overtaken by a special messenger from Washington, the bearer of a dispatch which had been memorized by the messenger to prevent its falling into the hands of the Mexicans, and which Fremont interpreted to mean that it was the wish of the cabinet that he should aid in taking and holding California in the event of any occurrence when he thought justification for so doing. The English must not strengthen their foothold on the coast. Someone must look after the interest of the United States. He was on the ground. If a crisis came, he must act without written authority, promptly and discreetly. Get it honestly if you can, but get it. He returned at once to California and found it in a revolutionary state. The American settlers had hoisted what was called a bear flag and were eager to fight for the overthrow of the Mexican authority in California. It is a long story, that of the conquest of California. Fremont's right to be called the conqueror or the emancipator is bitterly disputed by some, who claim that he attacked the Californians by irregular warfare and so thwarted the conciliatory designs of the government. Be that as it may, by July 5, 1846, the Bear Flag insurgents under Fremont had declared their independence of Mexico, and Fremont had been appointed governor of California and had hauled down the Bear Flag and raised the Stars and Stripes. A constitution had been drawn up and the territory declared to be in the possession of the United States. January 1847. The enemy capitulated to Fremont. The celerity and boldness of his movements in the conduct of the affair were only surpassed, says a contemporary, by the moderation and clemency of his policy. The decisive point, wrote George Bancroft, in the establishment of the Union on a firm basis had been gained. The seizure of California in 1846 has been called, from another outlook, one of the least credible affairs in the highly discreditable Mexican War, and Fremont nothing more than a filibuster seeking private ends. California had been made ours, nevertheless, and Fremont had secured the prize. In the meantime, the Mexican War had begun, and Commodore Stockton, of the U.S. Navy, was hastening to California by sea under orders to subjugate the country. General Kearny was marching westward by land under like orders. Of course, there was a dispute about precedence when both were upon the ground, each asserting his right to command the other, both issuing orders and insisting upon the right to precedence. The difficulty of serving under two masters was experienced by Fremont. General Vallejo testified that he received in one day letters from Commodore Stockton, General Kearny, and Colonel Fremont, each signing himself Commander-in-Chief. Fremont believed he had sufficient reason for choosing to serve under Stockton, which he did. Upon Stockton's return to his squadron and Kearny's assignment to full command, Kearny brought charges against Fremont for mutiny and fraud, defeating his reappointment as governor of the state besides. Fremont was ordered home, and it was said that, like Columbus, he returned from the discovery and conquest of a new world a prisoner and in disgrace. He went back to Washington under arrest. Great honors awaited him, nevertheless, his troubles only adding to his laurels. The citizens of Charleston gave him a sword, the ladies the gold-mounted belt of the same. He demanded immediate trial, which was granted, the court-martial lasting 3 months, his defense filling 3 sessions. He was pronounced guilty of mutiny, disobedience of the lawful command of a superior officer, and conduct to the prejudice of good order and military discipline, a conviction based, some said, upon technical grounds. President Polk remitted the penalty, dismissal from the army, but Fremont resigned at once, the president reluctantly accepting his resignation. Fremont was then 34 years old. As the leader of 3 great exploring expeditions, he had become not only famous, but a popular hero. He had done much for science. He had made the most accurate map of the region between the 104th meridian and the Pacific. He had added a large collection of botanical, geological, and other specimens to the national museums. He was eager to resume explorations of routes to the Pacific, having decided to settle his family in California upon the Mariposa estate in the Sacramento Valley, which he had bought in 1847, before the discovery of gold, 70 square miles for $3,000, the only Mexican grant that covered any part of the gold regions. Fremont's claims against the government for expenses incurred in the conquest and defense of California amounted to some $700,000, which was paid to him. Among those advocating the payment were Senators Benton and Dix of New York. 20,000 copies of Fremont's map of Oregon and California were ordered by the Senate. It was by no means in the role of a defeated man that he started out upon his 4th expedition in the fall of 1848, when the gold fever was at its height. A venture of his own and Colonel Benton's, its object a route to the Pacific by way of the Rio Grande. 32 men were enlisted, picked men as before. It was a superb and costly outfit, no less than 120 mules. Lacking Kit Carson for a guide, they were lost in crossing the Rocky Mountains, every mule and horse, and 1/3 of the men, perishing from cold or starvation. At last, as he rode home, the mules huddled together in the deep snow, froze stiff as they stood and fell over like blocks. The freezing men recrossed the summit in retreat, some of them driven to cannibalism. Wading through the snow to the waist, the remnant reached the home of Kit Carson at Taos, New Mexico, where Fremont reorganized the expedition, reaching the Sacramento in the spring of 1849. Litigation concerning his title to the Mariposa estate did not prevent Fremont from developing its mineral and agricultural resources. He engaged some 28 Spaniards to work its gold mines upon shares. His prospects of boundless wealth were almost flattering. The Pathfinder was now a millionaire, and in 1855 his title to Mariposa was established by the Supreme Court, following his appointment in 1849 to run the boundary line between the United States and Mexico. The political party of the territory seeking its admission as a free state elected him to the United States Senate. Many honors were bestowed upon him at this time: the Medal of the Royal Geographical Society of London, the Founder's Medal from the King of Prussia, an honorary membership of the Geographical Society of Berlin, etc. In the California state election of 1851, Fremont stood with the anti-slavery party, opposed to the extension of slavery in free territories. He was defeated and went to Europe with his family in 1852, where he was feted by royalty generally. Mrs. Fremont, in her Souvenirs of My Time, has given charming glimpses of this part of their life. Hearing that Congress had made appropriation for further surveys of western routes, Fremont hastened home in 1853 to explore by a fifth expedition what he believed to be the most central and practical route. This was his second private venture. He would follow the path he had lost when the guide led him astray on his fourth expedition. He would cross the Rockies at Cochetopa Pass, and that in winter. He made the passage, but it was at the cost of frightful suffering. 50 days on frozen horse flesh, days without even that, 48 hours without a morsel of food, the entire party barefooted in the snow. Fremont, in the hour of extreme peril on the storm-swept mountainside, making his men take oath that come what might, nothing should tempt them to cannibalism. Benton tells us how Fremont went straight to the spot where the guide had gone astray in 1848 and found safe and easy passes all the way to California upon the straight line of 38 degrees and 39 degrees. Great railroads of today followed the line it took those starving and half-frozen men 50 days to pass in that winter of 1854. For 3 months nothing was heard from the party. Fremont's arrival in San Francisco was an ovation. Europe lies between Asia and America, we read in his report. Build a road, and America lies between Europe and Asia. The iron track to San Francisco will be the thoroughfare of the world. The issues at stake in the presidential campaign of 1856 make that campaign the most important of any in the history of our country. The question now to be decided, said Seward, is whether a slave-holding class shall govern America or not. The nomination of John Charles Fremont as the candidate of the Republican Party was hailed with enthusiasm at the North. The Civil War was impending. The lines between the defenders of slavery and its opponents were sharply defined. Fremont was the first nominee of the Republican Party. The romance and adventure of his career, his upright life, the hero worship of the Pacific Coast, the antagonism of the South, gave the canvas a vitalizing force that his defeat by James Buchanan did not lessen, but simply changed into a new phase of strength. Fremont's popular vote was 1,341,000 against 1,838,000 for Buchanan and 874,000 for Fillmore. Know nothing. Fremont received 114 electoral votes and Buchanan 174. When the Civil War broke out in 1861, Fremont was in Europe. He offered his services to the government at once and was appointed one of the 4 major generals of the regular army and given his choice of a command at the East or the West. He chose the West. Who holds the Mississippi will hold the country by the heart, he said. His headquarters were at St. Louis, where secession was rampant. You must own your own judgment, wrote President Lincoln, and do the best you can. I doubt if the states will ever come back. Fremont's policy differed from Lincoln's essentially. It lacked that patient, conciliatory spirit with the South, which made it hard for many in the North to approve of. The compromising policy of the chief executive, seeking to hold the neutral states from seceding, Fremont's hatred of the rebellion led him to deal with it just as he would have done with a mutiny on a perilous expedition. He proclaimed martial law. Rebels were to pay some penalty for rebellion. Rebel newspapers were silenced, and it was the notable feature of Fremont's administration, the slaves of those in arms against the government were declared emancipated. His Emancipation Proclamation antedated Lincoln's of September 22, 1862, by little more than a year, but Fremont's policy was censured rather than approved by the country at large. Petty intrigues of officers in close relation with the cabinet did much to defeat his plans. His fleet of gunboats was called a useless extravagance. His staff, the California Gang, his Emancipation Proclamation was pronounced premature and unwise by Lincoln and revoked. Fremont again was the cause of an intense public partisanship. Fremont's career at the West was brief, says Patton's concise History of the United States, only 100 days, but being a man of military instincts and training, he showed in that time a sagacity which was not allowed fair practical development. In that brief time, he was the first to suggest and inaugurate the following practices, then widely decried, but without which the war would not have been successfully concluded: the free use of cavalry, strongly opposed by General Scott and others, exchange of prisoners with the enemy, fortification of large cities, to allow armies to take the field, building of river gunboats for the interior operations at the West, and the emancipation of the slaves. In short, he contributed more than is generally credited to him. To get rid of Fremont, says Major General Sigel, the good prospects and honor of the army were sacrificed to the jealousy of successful rivals. Fremont was relieved of his command in 1861, and shortly after appointed commander of the Mountain District of Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee, where he did most honorable service. Stonewall Jackson, retreating before him after 8 days, sharp skirmishing, ended the Battle of Cross Keys. Upon the appointment of General Pope as commander of the Army of Virginia, making him Fremont's superior officer, Fremont asked to be relieved. His request was granted. A minority of the Republican Party, the radical wing, opposed to the renomination of Lincoln in 1864, nominated Fremont as their candidate. He accepted, but finally withdrew. Not to aid in the triumph of Lincoln, he said, but to do my part toward preventing the election of the Democratic candidate. One of the Republican candidates would have to retire to save the party. Here's a subject for debating clubs. Was the interest of the country best served by Fremont's withdrawal from the canvass of 1864? After 1864, Fremont took little part in public life. He became absorbed in his great transcontinental railroad scheme of a line from Norfolk to San Diego and San Francisco, in which he ultimately lost his large fortune. French agents, in disposing of his bonds in France, made false representations. He was prosecuted by the French government in 1873 and sentenced by default to fine and imprisonment, although no judgment was given on the merits of the case. The sale of his Mariposa grant brought him several millions, which he invested in railroads soon after the war, buying the properties that now constitute a large part of the Texas Pacific and other roads belonging to the Atchison and Santa Fe. In the great consolidation entailed by the foreign litigation, his confidence was abused, and he met with heavy and irreparable loss. From 1878 to 1881, he was governor of Arizona. His memoirs appeared in 1886. The closing years of his life were spent in comparative retirement. Not long before his sudden death in New York City, July 14, 1890, at the age of 77 years, he had been placed on the retired list of the United States Army with the rank of Major General. When he passed away, the Pathfinder of Africa was filling the public ear. The wedding of Stanley in Westminster Abbey was the theme of the hour. He was buried in Kensico Cemetery, Piermont on the Hudson, about 30 miles from New York City, near the country home of his prosperous days. His widow, Jessie Benton Fremont, is at this writing, 1893, a resident of Los Angeles, California. 3 children survive their father, an unmarried daughter, Elizabeth McDowell Benton, Lieutenant Frank Preston Fremont, USA, and Lieutenant John Charles Fremont, USN. After his death, Mrs. Fremont demanded compensation for or restitution of the property appropriated by the United States government for military purposes in San Francisco Harbor in 1863, and for which she has never received a dollar, 1893. The settlement of this claim in her favor is anticipated by the bench generally, long as justice to her has been delayed. At present, she has a pension from the government. Some profess to find it hard reading the character of John Charles Fremont, calling it enigmatical and baffling. Not so with those who knew him best. His unwritten history, writes one of these, gives the clue to his life. He was a man of indomitable courage, none can deny, a man of lofty principle and unblemished character. An atmosphere of romance makes him the American chevalier. He did more than any other man to open the pathways to the Pacific coast. The bitter feeling engendered by the California conquest and his policy in the Civil War is not yet extinct. Partisanship has biased the most of his biographers. The intense feeling underlying the presidential campaign of 1856 did not conduce to a fair estimate of the man, who has suffered hardly less from the intense admiration of his friends than from jealousies of rivals and foes. "I tried to do my duty," he would say in his old age, when asked to explain knotty points about the conquest. All that he ever did for the government, says one who knew him well, was uniformly repaid with injury. That is the verdict of one side of the controversy. The sifting and weighing of a mass of conflicting evidence preceding the final verdict of permanent history is not yet ended in Fremont's case. That the outcome will be illumination of his fame rather than obscuration, his unswerving defenders do not doubt. Though the pathfinders die, the paths remain open. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. David Livingstone, 1813 to 1873, by Professor W. G. Blakey, LL.D. David Livingstone, missionary and traveler, was born at Blantyre in Lanarkshire, March 19, 1813. His parents, who were in humble life, were of devout and exemplary character, his father in particular being a great reader, especially of travels and missionary intelligence, and much interested in the enterprise of the 19th century. At the age of 10, David became a worker in a cotton factory at Blantyre, and continued in that laborious occupation for 14 years. His thirst for knowledge led him to read all that he could lay his hands on. He used also to attend a night class after the long hours of the factory for the study of Latin. The reading of Dick's Philosophy of a Future State was not only the means of a profound impression on his mind, but kindled a desire to devote his life as a missionary to the service of Christ. Deeply impressed with the advantages of medical training to a missionary, he resolved to qualify himself in medicine as well as the other attainments looked for in a missionary. The London Missionary Society having accepted the offer of his services, he went to London to complete his studies. His first desire was to labor in China, but war having broken out between that country and Great Britain, this wish could not be fulfilled. The Reverend Robert Moffat's visit at this time to England turned many hearts to Africa, Livingstone's among the rest. Ultimately he was appointed to that field, and having been ordained on November 20th, 1840, he set sail for Africa, reaching Latauku or Kuruman, Moffat Settlement, on July 31, 1841. For several years Livingstone labored as a missionary in the Bechuana country, at Mabotsi, Chunuana, and Koloburg, places that were chosen by him just because they were in the heart of heathenism. The conversion of Sechele, chief of the Bacoanes, and several of his tribe, was a great encouragement. Repulsed by the Boers in an effort to plant native missionaries in the Transvaal, he directed his steps northward, discovered Lake Ngami, and found the country there traversed by fine rivers and inhabited by a dense population. His anxiety to benefit this region led finally to his undertaking to explore the whole country westward to the Atlantic at St. Paul de Luanda, and eastward to the Indian Ocean at Quilimani. Livingstone had married at Mobatsi, Mary, eldest daughter of the Reverend R. Moffat, and now he found it necessary to send her with their children to England, that he might be free for this vast and perilous undertaking. To accomplish it occupied from June 8, 1852, when he left Cape Town, to May 26, 1856, when he arrived at Quilimani. This journey was accomplished with a mere handful of followers and a mere pittance of stores, amid sicknesses and other bodily troubles, perils and difficulties without number. But a vast amount of valuable information was gathered respecting the country and its products, its geography and natural history, the native tribes, the regions that were favorable to health, and some great natural wonders, such as the Zambezi Falls. Livingstone, however, found that the London Missionary Society were not willing that he should be to so large an extent an explorer, and some time after returning to Britain, he resigned his office as one of their missionaries. At home, Livingstone was welcomed with extraordinary enthusiasm, receiving the acknowledgments and honors of scientific societies, universities, town councils, and other public bodies in every quarter of the country. In addition to these tokens of honor, the 15 months spent at home were signalized by three things: the writing of his book, Missionary Travels, 1857, which was received with the liveliest interest; his visit to Cambridge, awakening the enthusiasm of many of the students, and leading to the formation afterward of the university's mission; and his appointment by Her Majesty's government as chief of an expedition for exploring the Zambezi and its tributaries, and the regions adjacent. On this expedition Livingstone set out on March 10, 1858. While successful in many ways, it led to not a little disappointment. Livingstone explored the Zambezi, the Shire, and the Rovuma, discovered Lake Shirwa and Nyassa, and came to a decided conclusion that Lake Nyassa and its neighborhood was the best field for both commercial and missionary operations. His disappointments arose from the grievous defects of a steamer sent out to him by government, from the death of comrades and helpers, including his wife and Bishop Mackenzie, from the abandonment of the university's mission, from the opposition of the Portuguese authorities, but mainly from the distressing discovery that, encouraged by Portuguese traders, the slave trade was extending in the district, and the slave traders using his very discoveries to facilitate their infamous traffic. At length a dispatch recalling the expedition was received July 2, 1863. Livingstone, at his own cost, had brought out a new steamer, but she could not be put on the lake. Depressed though he was, he explored the northern banks of Lake Nyassa on foot, then in his own vessel, and under his own steamship, crossed the Indian Ocean to Bombay, and after a brief stay there returned to Britain, reaching London on July 23, 1864. At home Livingstone had two objects: to expose the atrocious deeds of the Portuguese slave traders, and to find means of establishing a settlement for missions and commerce somewhere near the head of the Rovuma, or wherever a suitable locality could be found. His second book, The Zambezi and its Tributaries, 1865, was designed to further these objects. He was again received with every demonstration of honor and regard. A proposal was made to him on the part of the Royal Geographical Society to return to Africa and settle a disputed question regarding the watershed of Central Africa and the sources of the Nile. He said he would go only as a missionary, but was willing to help to solve the geographical problem. He set out in August 1865 via Bombay and Zanzibar. On March 19, 1866, He started from the latter place, first of all trying to find a suitable settlement, then striking westward in order to solve the geographical problem. Through the ill behavior of some of his attendants, a report of his death was circulated, but an expedition headed by Mr. E. D. Young, R.N., ascertained that the report was false. Livingstone pressed westward amid innumerable hardships, and in 1869 discovered Lakes Mayoro and Bangueolo. All the while he was doing what he could for the religious enlightenment of the natives. Obliged to return for rest to Ujiji, where he found his goods squandered, he struck westward again as far as the river Lualaba, thinking it might possibly be the Nile, but far from certain that it was not, what it proved afterward to be, the Congo. Returning after severe illness once more to Ujiji, Livingstone found there Mr. H. M. Stanley, who had been sent to look for him by the proprietor of the New York Herald. But no consideration would induce him to return home till he had made one more effort to solve the geographical problem. He returned to Lake Bangueolo, but fell into wretched health, his sufferings always increasing. When he reached Chitambo's village in Ilala, he was obliged to give in. On the morning of May 1st, 1873, he was found by his attendants on his knees, dead. His faithful people embalmed his body as best they could, carried it amid the greatest perils to the shore, where it was put on board a British cruiser, and on April 18, 1864, it was buried in Westminster Abbey. Among the remains brought home were his last journals, brought down to within a few days of his death. These were published in 1874. Stanley suggested the name of Livingstone for the main stream of the Congo. Hence the Baptist mission on the lower Congo was called the Livingstone Inland Mission, and Mr. H. H. Johnston proposed that that part of the East African territory acquired by Britain in 1890, the lower drainage area of the Zambesi, should be called Livingstone Land. The following letter, written by him to his children in 1853, during his first exploring tour, gives the character of the man and shows his deep religious feeling. Sekeletustown, Linyanti, 2nd October. My dear Robert, Agnes, and Thomas, and Oswell, here is another little letter for you all. I should like to see you much more than write to you, and speak with my tongue rather than with my pen. But we are far from each other, very, very far. Here are Skipone and Merrier, and others who saw you as their first white children they ever looked at. Merrier came the other day and brought a round basket for Nanny. She made it of the leaves of the palmyra. Others put me in mind of you by calling me Ranani Raubert, and there is a little Thomas in the town, and when I think of you, I remember though I am far off. Jesus, our good and gracious Jesus, is ever near both you and me, and then I pray to him to bless you and make you good. He is ever near. Remember this if you feel angry or naughty. Jesus is near you and sees you, and he is so good and kind. When he was among men, those who heard him speak said, Never man spake like this man. And now we say, Never did man love like him. You see, little Zoouga is carried on Mama's bosom. You are taken care of by Jesus with as much care as Mama takes care of Zoouga. He is always watching you and keeping you in safety. It is very bad to sin, to do any naughty things, or speak angry or naughty words before him. My dear children, take him as your guide, your helper, your friend, and Savior through life. Whatever you are troubled about, ask him to keep you. Our God is good. We thank him that we have such a Savior and friend as he is. Now you are little, but you will not always be so. Hence you must learn to read and write and work. All clever men can both read and write, and Jesus needs clever men to do his work. Would you not like to work for him among men? Jesus is wishing to send his gospel to all nations, and he needs clever men to do this. Would you like to serve him? Well, you must learn now, and not get tired learning. After some time you will like learning better than playing, but you must play too, in order to make your body strong and be able to serve Jesus. I am glad to hear that you go to the academy. I hope you are learning fast. Don't speak Scotch. It is not so pretty as English. Is the Tao learning to read with Mamma? I hope you are all kind to Mamma. I saw a poor woman in a chain with many others up at Baratze. She had a little child, and both she and her child were very thin. See how kind Jesus was to you. No one can put you in chains unless you become bad. If, however, you learn bad ways, beginning only by saying bad words or doing little bad things, Satan will have you in chains for sin, and you will be hurried on in his bad ways till you are put into the dreadful place which God hath prepared for him and all who are like him. Pray to Jesus to deliver you from sin, give you new hearts, and make you his children. Kiss Zoga, Mama, and each other for me. Your ever affectionate father. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne, Cyrus W. Field, by Murat Halstead, 1819 to 1892. We, the people of the United States, have been celebrating with memorable pomp the discovery of our hemisphere by Christopher Columbus, and the elder nations and far-off islands have joined us in an immense festivity, honoring beyond all example of approbation an adventure that was a marvel and an achievement that is immortal. All the world remembers the voyage of Columbus, that persevered in, through trials and perils, ended in triumph, how he studied the stars and the charts, and out of the dreams of ages wove the fabric of fancy that grew to theory and prophecy and history, that there was land beyond the Atlantic, and there is no moment in human life supreme above, or of more fascinating interest than that when, from the deck of his caravel, he saw the light on the shore of the New World. An incident worthy to be associated forever with this is that of Cyrus Field, in his library, turning over a globe, after a conversation relative to extending a line of telegraph to Newfoundland to reduce the time of the transmissions of news between Europe and America, when the idea flashed into his mind that the telegraph might span the Atlantic. The next day Mr. Field wrote to Lieutenant Maury of the National Observatory at Washington and to Professor Morse, who invented the telegraph. The Atlantic telegraph was as truly the conception and the accomplishment of Mr. Field as the discovery of America was the ambition and the act of Columbus, and Chief Justice Chase was not extravagant when he said the telegraph across the ocean was the most wonderful achievement of civilization, and entitled its author to a distinguished rank among benefactors, or when he added, high upon that illustrious roll will his name be placed, and there it will remain while oceans divide and telegraphs unite mankind. John Bright said, my friend Field, the Columbus of modern times, by his cable has moored the New World alongside the Old. Equally lofty testimony to the splendor of his fame is that the London Times of August 6, 1858, saying, since the discovery of Columbus, nothing has been done in any degree comparable to the vast enlargement which has thus been given to the sphere of human activity. From the first vital spark that at last glows into the bloom of life, each human being is endowed with certain qualities and capacities, aptitudes, inspirations, possibilities, limitations, and if one traced the stream of blood to its remotest sources, there is no inconsistency in ancestry, and the science of humanity may be as strict within its boundaries as that of geology, or the story of fruitful trees, or the magnetic constellations. The four brothers have given the Field family an almost unique celebrity in this country. They were the sons of the Reverend David Dudley Field of Western Massachusetts, the roommate at Yale College of Jeremiah Evarts, father of William M. Evarts. Field and Evarts entered college together in 1798 and graduated in 1802. The American Fields are the descendants of John Field, the astronomer of Ardsley in Yorkshire, who gained a great reputation by publishing astronomical tables and died in 1587. Ardsley, it has not passed from the general recollection was the name of the estate on the Hudson where for so many years Mr. Cyrus W. Field made his summer home. The family name was in the 15th century changed from Feld, Felde, and Felede into its present form, and John Field, the astronomer, was the first to introduce the Copernican system in England, and he received a patent in 1558 authorizing him to bear as a crest over his family arms an arm issuing from clouds and supporting a globe. Dr. Richard Field, chaplain of Queen Elizabeth, was of the same family and author of the Book of the Church, republished in 4 volumes at Oxford in 1843. It was the last day of autumn, November 30, 1819, at the Morgan Place, on a hill that sloped to the river near Stockbridge, Massachusetts, that Cyrus Westfield was born. There were 3 older brothers, David Dudley, Timothy Beale, and Matthew Dickinson. The Cyrus came from a man of note in the town named Cyrus Williams, and the West from Dr. Stephen West, the predecessor of Dr. David Dudley Field in the pulpit at Stockbridge. It is said of the child that he was of very delicate organization, so weak and frail that his body had to be supported by a frame in which he could roll around the room till his limbs could get strength enough to bear him. There was, however, as his younger brother, Dr. Henry M. Field, the historian of the family, says in his vigorous English, a nervous energy and elasticity derived from his mother that brought him up, and once set upon his little feet he developed by incessant motion, and he was noted for restless activity, a characteristic of his whole life. His frame, always slight, became tough and wiry, capable of great effort and great endurance. Cyrus was the one of the Field boys who did not go to college. When 15 years of age, his brother, David Dudley, who was nearly 15 years his senior and lived until his 90th year, secured a place for him in the store of A.T. Stewart. Cyrus was a thorough country boy and his mother's boy, and did not take kindly to the city at first. Dr. Field says, I well remember hearing my brother Matthew tell Mother how Cyrus had come down to the boat on which he left the city and wept bitterly, and Mother telling him the next time he went to New York, if his little brother felt so still, to bring him home. Mr. Field soon grew tired of being a clerk and launched out in the manufacture and sale of paper. His capital was his brains, and in 12 years, when he was but 33 years old, he was in possession of a handsome fortune and thought of retiring. This, however, was only a phase of restlessness, and he had before him nearly 40 years of extraordinary activity. His great works and trials, his counting his gains and losses by millions, his glory and his sorrows, were all before him. The first of his many long journeys was to South America with the artist Church, who painted for him the heart of the Andes. He ascended the Magdalena River, climbed the Andes to Bogota, crossed to Quito, and by the way of Guayaquil in Ecuador, reached the western coast, and returned home October 1853 in time for the golden wedding of his parents. Then he set about the task of retirement from business, and was in a feverish state of energy upon that subject, and drifted into the 12 years' harassing struggle from the time when, in his house in Gramercy Park, he sat alone and turned over the globe and thought of a telegraphic cable through the Atlantic, until the tremendous task was gloriously finished. After writing to Morey and Morse, Mr. Field called in his next-door neighbor, Peter Cooper, and next called Moses Taylor, who listened for an hour without saying a word, and brought in his most intimate friend, Marshall O. Roberts, and then Mr. Chandler White, who died the next year and was succeeded by Wilson G. Hunt. They organized the New York, Newfoundland, and London Telegraph Company, Field, Cooper, Taylor, and Roberts putting in $20,000 each, and White a smaller sum. Field and White, with David Dudley Field as legal advisor, set forth for Newfoundland to get a charter and call it a fishing excursion. They got a land donation and an exclusive right to land cable for 50 years. There was first to build a line of telegraph 400 miles through the wilderness across the huge island. The landline work lasted 3 years, and each of the parties, who started by putting in $20,000, put in 10 times that amount, and Field much more. The first cable across the Gulf of St. Lawrence was a failure. The second one held, and at last there rolled 2,000 miles of tempestuous ocean with a bottom that was a mystery between the verge of the American soil and the Irish coast. Mr. Cyrus W. Field visited England as an Atlantic cable missionary and addressed the chambers of commerce in the principal cities and the members of the government. His intense convictions and incessant enthusiasm made way. The scientific men of England were cautious but hopeful. There had been, as it happened, the year before a survey of the North Atlantic disclosing conditions of the bottom of the sea, and they were reassuring. The government was so far interested as to engage to furnish ships to lay the cable and to guarantee £14,000 a year for messages sent if it provided a success, 4% of the expected cost. But the capital had to be raised by private enterprise, and Mr. Field visited Glasgow, Birmingham, Manchester, and Liverpool, and subscribed 1/4 of the whole sum. His persistence was continued until the money was raised, but his friends in America were not eager for the stock, and he had to pay into the treasury of the company £88,000 in gold. The complete responsibility of Mr. Field appears at every point. He was the inspiration and the moving force from first to last. The work was strange, and there were delays and details of difficulty arising at every step that 1,000 times would have been insurmountable if it not had been for the indomitable Field, whose tenacity even exceeded his impetuosity. There were 2 governments to be negotiated with to furnish ships. The cable was at last ready and on board, and 365 years after Columbus sailed from the shores of Spain, Field sailed from Ireland, the Lord Lieutenant, the Earl of Carlisle, making the speech of the occasion. The first effort was to lay the cable straight from Ireland to Newfoundland, and the start was made Wednesday, August 5th, 1857. 350 miles out, the cable broke. That was failure, and Field's private fortune had suffered severely from his absence. But the next year he was again in England, and another start was made, the ships going halfway and joining the cable running both ways. The cable parted again and again, and the ships returned to England. All were in despair but Field, and he rallied once more, and another trial was made and succeeded. The cable lasted for a few weeks and gave out. The people were wild with delight at the success and utterly cast down and disgusted by the failure. But the proof was out. The thing could be done. Cables had been laid in the Mediterranean, and final success was in sight. A new cable was made and coiled on the Great Eastern, and when starting from Ireland and 1,250 miles were out, there was a break where the ocean was 2 miles deep, and a year was lost. Then another cable on the Great Eastern, and in 1866 it held out all the way over. This was the year of the war between Prussia and Austria, just after the Battle of Sadova. The next thing was to find and splice the lost cable of the year before, and that was done. One of the most wonderful things that ever happened. Mr. Field told a story before the Chamber of Commerce of New York in November 1866, saying after the lost cable was found and spliced, a few minutes of suspense and a flash told of the lightning current again set free. Some turned their heads away and wept, others broke into cheers. Soon the wind arose, and we were for 36 hours exposed to all the dangers of a storm on the Atlantic. Yet in the fury of the gale, as I sat in the electrician's room, a flash of light came up from the deep, which, having passed to Ireland, came back to me in mid-ocean, telling that those so dear to me, whom I had left on the banks of the Hudson, were well, and following us with their prayers. This was like a whisper of God from the sea, bidding me keep heart and hope. The Great Eastern safely landed the second cable, and the 2 worlds were safely forever joined. Mr. Field said he had often, in a long struggle, nearly 13 years in the forest of Newfoundland, on the ships in stormy seas, almost accused himself of madness, sacrificing everything for what might prove, after all, but a dream. He received the thanks of Congress with a gold medal, the Grand Medal of the French Exposition of 1867. Honors were heaped upon him. If he had been a British subject, he would have been made a baronet. He had given 12 years without accepting remuneration for time or toil, and his hopeful, at last haggard dream was a marvelous golden reality. He was 47 years of age. He visited Egypt at the opening of the Suez Canal in 1864. He attended the millennial celebration of the settlement of Iceland in August 1874. He made with his wife a trip around the world in 1880. He was known in all civilized lands as one of the foremost men of his time. All the people of the highest distinction in England knew and admired him as the most typical and celebrated of Americans. Mr. Gladstone, Mr. John Bright, the Duke of Argyll, Dean Stanley, were his intimate friends. His house at Gramercy Park was a scene of a splendid hospitality. There gathered in his ample parlors, stored with souvenirs from every land, and in its dining room, men and women of the highest consideration at home and abroad. The keenness of his intelligence had increased with his unprecedented experience. His triumphs had given him confidence in his executive ability, and there was nothing too daring for him to contemplate. His bitter lessons in going to the verge of ruin, when he gave the fortune of his youth to the enterprise that he carried to success, were amply pondered, and he resolved never again to allow those near and dear to him to take the chances of cruel fortune and the anxieties of impending want. When his years were numbered in the 30s, he was meditating retirement from business, and when he was in the 60s, his irrepressible activities carried him into the development of the elevated railway system on Manhattan Island, with the same ardor and fixed purpose with which, 30 years before, he had invaded the wilderness of Newfoundland to find a basis of operations for the conquest of the Atlantic. His faith was undaunted and without limit. His touch revealed new fortunes. He saw that the elevated lines that developed Harlem would also improve lower New York, and the Washington Building, No. 1 Broadway, was the materialization of the thought. The intensity that was remarked in his childhood and that commanded the confidence of the capitalists of England knew no abatement. He had been very cautious in advising Englishmen about investments, but had imparted to some of them the assurance that United States bonds were as sound as the English investment of national debt, and they profited by accepting his judgment. He insisted upon popularizing the elevated roads by a uniform fare of 5 cents, and had it done against strong opposition, and was more confident than ever in the stock, of which he had an enormous holding. But it took years longer than he had calculated to make good his plans, and in the interval came a financial storm that compelled him to submit to a heavy loss. He bore his misfortune with fortitude, and still had a competency ample for him, when there came a torrent of ill fortune, the loss of his beloved wife, and the failure of his sons, under circumstances that bore the distressing stamp of insanity in one of them, a taint of madness that was in the blood which had been so prolific of genius. He suffered where he was strongest and weakest, in his love and his pride. His spirit would have been invincible if his heart had not been broken. No husband and father was ever more solicitous for the welfare of wife and children. The death of his wife, followed by the disasters that overtook his sons, wounded him as mortally as if a flight of arrows had pierced him. The very contingencies of fortune against which he thought he had provided with infinite painstaking fell upon him as if from clouds in the sky he had thought clear. His deepest resolution was that, after the long strain of facing the total loss of fortune during the dark years of the cable enterprise, he never again would consent to take the chances of the catastrophe that had haunted him, and from which he had escaped at such hazard that the fortune interposition seemed miraculous, and he did not consciously do the wrong to himself and dear ones he had with such anxiety sought to avoid. His misfortunes were as incalculable as incurable. The family affection of the Fields is one of their distinctions, and the love of the 4 brothers, known to all the world, bore each other, was as gentle and full of all happiness as that of children. The little acts of kindness, little deeds of love, that, as the old hymn says, will make the world an Eden, were never wanting. The festivals in which they delighted were those of the family, the 80th birthday of the eldest brother, the golden wedding. In his long travels, Mr. Field was ever thoughtful of home, and it was like him, giving a dinner to a company of Americans in Edinburgh, to telegraph to their families so that each guest found the news of that day from his own fireside in a cablegram on his plate. Mr. Field was no doubt attracted to Iceland in 1874 by his studies of the northern waters, the way the water tapers off in the high latitudes, and the fact that Iceland must have been often in his mind as he studied Newfoundland and Ireland, and knew that Iceland was so near Greenland as to belong to the American continent and to have been a stepping stone from Norway to Labrador. He was regarded by the Icelanders as almost as great a man as the King of Denmark, who visited his remote possession at the same time, and they thought Field even a greater discoverer than Columbus, for they said the Genoese navigator got his knowledge of the land in the west from their ancestors and sailed on a certainty. On the day President Garfield was shot down, he was on his way to Williams College and was to dine that night with Mr. Cyrus Field at Ardsley and go to the old place he called the sweetest in the world next day. A yacht was waiting to convey the president from Jersey City when the news of the assassination became known. The president suffered mentally because he had not made adequate provisions for his family, and Mr. Field headed a subscription list with a liberal sum, and in a few days had $250,000 safely invested for Mrs. Garfield and her children. The motive of this timely and apt generosity was, first, to afford consolation to the dying chief magistrate. It was within the scope of the ambition of Mr. Field to span the Pacific as well as the Atlantic Ocean with a cable, but having triumphantly overcome one ocean, he failed to put a girdle around the earth, as De Lesseps, having succeeded with the Suez Canal, the only work of the age to be named with the Atlantic Telegraph, failed at Darien. If the prosperity of Mr. Field had continued, and the light had not gone out in his home, he would not have been content until he had ransacked the globe for ways and means to have followed the sun to Asia with the telegraph. His footsteps point the way, and the road to India is westward. The golden wedding of Mr. and Mrs. Cyrus W. Field was attended by hundreds of those who knew and loved them, and the great double house of the Fields, fronting on Gramercy Park, was full of bright faces and glittering with lights. The historic home was soon darkened and made desolate. The master, the renowned victor, no name more certain of an honorable immortality than his, was one whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster. His wife passed away at Ardsley before the deeper gloom of the storm, and he died there July 12, 1892. In his delirium on the morning of his death, he was again on the stormy coast with the cable fleet, and he said, "Hold those ships, do not let them sail yet." Through the centuries there had descended to him from the old astronomer, his ancestor, the far-flashing conception of enterprise and understanding of the splendor of destiny that was his star, and mingled with its light were the gentle influences of the religion of his fathers, always to him real and radiant. He sleeps well amid the scenes where he had passed his boyhood, and for which his heart yearned always, beside his beloved wife, and carved in the marble of their tomb, as the last testimony to the loving heart of his companion, are the words, "Love is eternal." The recollection of his sorrows will not, as the centuries come and go, dim the beautiful light of his illustrious name. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Queen Victoria by Donald MacLeod, D.D., born 1819 to 1901. Well do I remember the effect produced on the audience of students, of which I was then one, when Lord Macaulay delivered his rectorial address in the University of Glasgow, and when, after giving such pictures as he alone could paint of the character of the 4 centuries that had closed since the university had been founded, each epoch presenting a scene of bloodshed and misgovernment, he sketched the possible future of the college and anticipated the time when coming generations would tell how certain contemplated changes had been accomplished during the reign of the good Queen Victoria. The phrase was accentuated by an oratorical swing, and when it was given, the tremendous burst of enthusiasm showed that they who listened felt the great historian had chosen the right epithet, and that he intended it in the sense that as some monarchs are called great, and some little, so for all time Victoria would be named the Good Queen. This was said more than 40 years ago, before Tennyson had fixed the household name Albert the Good, for that star which shone so close beside thee, that ye made one light together. The epoch in our history which is embraced between the years 1837 and 1887 is unparalleled. At no time in the history of the nation, or of the world, has there been such rapid and beneficent progress. We, who are citizens of the old country, scarcely realize the extent of our dominion. The Roman Empire was 1/4 its size. All the Russias contain an 1/8 less. It is 16 times as large as France, and 3 times as large as the United States. The United Kingdom, with its colonies and dependencies, includes about 1/5 of the entire globe. The rapidity with which population has grown in some parts of our dominion may be measured by Australasia, which in 1837 had 134,059, and in 1885 3,278,934, or 23 times as many more. When we turn from these figures to consider other fields of progress, we are still more amazed. It goes without saying that these last 50 years have seen the growth of railways and steamships from their infancy to their present world-embracing influence. The mileage of railways open in the United Kingdom in 1837 was about 294 miles, but a great proportion was worked by horses. In 1885, the mileage was 19,169. The gross receipts, 69,555,774 pounds. They carried about 1,275,000,000 passengers and employed 367,793 men. Not a steamer had crossed the Atlantic by steam alone when the Queen came to the throne, and her accession was in the year previous to that, during which Wheatstone in this country and Morse in America introduced electric telegraphy. We, who enjoy express trains, sixpenny telegrams, halfpenny postcards, and the parcel post, can scarcely realize that we are so near the time when mail coaches and sailing packets were almost the only means of conveyance, and when postage was a serious burden. The greatness of the changes in social life may be realized when we remember that, so recently as 1844, dueling was banished from the Code of Honor, that crime has diminished 71% since 1837, and that while 50 years ago government did nothing for education, there are now 30,000 public schools under the Privy Council. These facts are suggestive of the extent of the advance, or if, without touching on the marvelous victories of science, we try to form an estimate of religious progress and take the tables for Protestant missions as giving a fair indication of the zeal and self-sacrifice of the churches, we find that while British contributions in 1837 amounted to £316,610, in 1885 they reached £1,222,261. It may be said in truth that the progress thus indicated must have gone on, no matter who sat on the throne, but it would be unjust not to recognize the close influence which the Crown has directly and indirectly exercised on its advance. There has been no movement tending to the development of the arts and the industries of the country which has not enlisted the active sympathy of the royal family. From the first, the Prince Consort recognized the important part which the sovereign could fulfill in reference to the peaceful victories of science and art. Beginning with agriculture, the improvement of stock and the better housing of agricultural labourers, we trace the effect of his constant toil in the series of industrial triumphs, of which the Great Exhibition of 1851 was the magnificent precursor, and in recent years the same kind of objects have always enlisted the best energies of the Queen and her children. The contrast is great and touching between the scene in Westminster Abbey when, amid the pomp of a gorgeous ceremonial and the acclamation of her subjects, the fair girl queen received the crown of Britain, and that other scene when, after 50 years of a government that had been unblemished, she once more kneels in the same spot, a widow surrounded by her children and her children's children, bearing the burden of many sad as well as blessed memories, and encompassed with the thanksgivings of the 300 millions of her subjects. We can now imagine how oppressive for one so loving must then be the vision of the past, as she recalls, one after another, the once familiar and dear faces which greeted her coronation, those relatives, great ministers of state, and warriors of whom so few survive. And when all her happy married years and the years of parting and desolation appear in vivid retrospect. But if ever monarch had cause to bless God for his tender mercies, it must be she who can combine with the memory of her own life's hopes and trials the consciousness that, in the great work given her as a sovereign, she has been enabled to fulfill the beautiful desire of her innocent childhood, when, on her first being informed of her royal destiny, she indulged in no vain dream of power, but uttered the simple longing to be good. That goodness has been her real greatness. The life of Her Majesty is marked by three great stages: her youth, her married life, and her widowhood. Each is bound to each by the tie of a consistent growth, passing through those experiences which are typical of God's education of his children, whether high or low, rich or poor. Her childhood, with its wise education, is very much the key to her afterlife. Possessed naturally of a quick intellectual capacity and an unusually accurate memory, a taste for music and the arts, and a deeply affectionate heart, she was admirably brought up by her mother, the Duchess of Kent, on whom the training of the future queen devolved from her infancy. If the education was as high as it was possible to afford a young and intelligent spirit, the moral influences were equally beneficial. The young princess, instead of being isolated within the formalities of a court, was allowed to become acquainted with the wants and sufferings of the poor, and to indulge her sympathies by giving them personal help. The contrast was a great one between the court of King George IV, or even that of William, and the truly English home where the Duchess of Kent nurtured this sweet life in all that was simple, loving, and pure. There could scarcely have been a better school for an affectionate nature. All that we learn of Her Majesty at that time gives a consistent picture of great vivacity, thorough directness in her search after truth, warmth of heart, and considerateness for others, with a genuine love for all that is morally good. These were the characteristics which impressed those who saw her on trying occasion, when she was suddenly ushered into the foremost place in the greatest empire in the world. It was these characteristics which touched the hearts of the good Archbishop and of the Chancellor of England, when they announced her great destiny to the girl suddenly summoned from slumber. That first request, "My Lord Archbishop, pray for me," revealed the depth of her character. It was the same when she had next day to pass through the ordeal of meeting the great councillors of state for the first time, Lord Melbourne, the Duke of Wellington, Peel, and the keen-eyed Secretary Greville. All felt the beautiful combination of dignity with unaffected simplicity, and of quick intelligence with royal courtesy. But they did not see the episode which followed the fatigue and excitement of the long formalities of the council, when the young queen rushed first of all to her mother's arms, there to indulge her feelings in a burst of tears, and then, with girlish naivete, claiming the exercise of her royal prerogative, to procure for herself 2 hours of absolute solitude. The earlier years of her reign were happily blessed with the wise and beneficent influence of Lord Melbourne. His relationship to the youthful sovereign was more that of a father and able political instructor than of a formal first minister of the crown. He was too experienced not heartily to appreciate the beautiful character of his young mistress, and the interest he took in her political education and in everything likely to further her prosperity and happiness was evidently kindled by warm affection. She was equally favoured in having as adviser so sagacious a relative as her uncle Leopold, the late King of the Belgians. The Duke of Wellington regarded her almost as a daughter, and there was also ever at hand another whose trained intellect and loyal heart exercised no little influence on her career, Baron Stockmar, to whose lofty ideal the functions of royalty, calmly balanced treatment of all questions of state policy, and highly toned moral sympathies, both the Queen and the Prince Consort have amply expressed their indebtedness. Without touching further on the earlier period of her reign, which was not without many incidents of interest, we turn to the married years of the Queen as to a bright and sunny memory. The position of an unmarried or widowed queen necessarily entails a peculiar loneliness. She is surrounded by the rigorous demands of state necessity. If she has to form a judgment upon documents submitted to her, there is no one so close to her and so independent of all other influences as to be truly an alter ego. Faithful servants of the crown may do their best to be of use, but no one of them can be so near as to receive such unguarded confidences as can be given to the husband who shares every joy and sorrow. The Queen's married life was ideally perfect. She married the man she loved, and each year deepened her early affection into an admiration, a reverence, and a pride which elevated her love into consecration. There was no home in England made more beautiful by all that was tender, cultured, and noble than that in which the blameless prince fulfilled his heroic career of duty and shed the bright light of his joyous, affectionate, and keenly intellectual life. There were few homes in which a greater amount of trying and anxious work was more systematically accomplished, or in which there was a more exquisite blending of hard thinking with the enjoyment of the fine arts and the fullness of loving family happiness. We have picture after picture given us in the life of the Prince Consort, which puts us in touch with these brilliant years, when the Queen and he were never parted but for one or two brief intervals. Early hours of close labour were followed by a genial and hearty relaxation, and at every turn the wife and sovereign felt the blessedness of that presence which ministered to her in sickness with the gentleness of a woman, and which she leaned upon in hours of difficulty with complete trust in the strength and trueness of his wise intellect. There was no decrease on either side in those feelings and utterances of feeling which are so beautiful when they carry into after years the warmth of the first attachment, only hallowed and deepened by experience. There were many fresh features in the kind of life which was introduced by the Queen and the consort into the habits of the court. Among these none were more marked than the breaking up of that monotony which the restrictions that hitherto prevailed as to the residence of the royal family in one or two state palaces entailed. We can well understand how the Empress Eugenie would have found the Tuileries, in spite of its grandeur, no better than une belle prison, and her delight at the comparative freedom she enjoyed at Windsor. The Queen and Prince Consort inaugurated a new era in the customs of the court by taking advantage of the facilities afforded by modern methods of conveyance. Scarcely any part of the country celebrated for scenery, or any town famous for its industries, remained unvisited by them. The beneficial effects of these journeys were great. Loyalty is to a large extent a personal matter, and is necessarily deepened when the representative of the state not only possesses moral dignity of character, but comes frequently into contact with the people. It is also of use to the crown that its wearer should know, from actual observation, the conditions of life in the country. It is in the light of this mutual action of acquaintance between prince and people that we estimate the value of that knowledge which the Prince of Wales, his brothers, and his sons have gained of so many parts of the empire. The Prince Consort felt keenly the use of these influences. "How important and beneficent," he once said, "is the part given to the royal family of England to act in the development of those distant and rising countries, who recognize in the British crown and their allegiance to it their supreme bond of union with the mother country and to each other." During each year of their married life, the Queen and Prince Consort went on some interesting tour. In England, Oxford and Cambridge, Birmingham, Leeds, Liverpool, Manchester received royal visits, while such historical houses as Chatsworth, Hatfield, Stowe, and Strathfieldsaye were honoured by their presence. Ireland was thrice visited, Wales more than once. The first visit to Scotland was made in 1842, another in 1844, and from 1847 only 1 year passed without a long residence in the north. First at Ardverachi on Loch Lagan, and then at what was to be their Highland home on Deeside. Repeated visits were also made to the continent, sometimes in state and sometimes in as much privacy as could be commanded. It is when we come to this bright time, so full of fresh interests and of a delightful freedom, that we have the advantage of the Queen's own Leaves from the Journal of Our Life in the Highlands, her visit to Edinburgh in 1842, and the drive by Burnham and Aberfeldy to Taymouth, and the splendour of the reception when, amid the cheers of 1,000 Highlanders and the wild notes of the bagpipes, she was welcomed by Lord Breadalbane, evidently stirred every feeling of romance. It seemed, she wrote, as if a great chieftain of olden feudal times was receiving his sovereign. It appeared like a new world, when, throwing off for a time the restrictions of state, she found herself at Blair, 2 years afterward, climbing the great hills of Atholl, and from the top of Tulloch, looking forth on the panorama of mountain and glen. It was quite romantic. Here we were, with only this Highlander behind us, holding the ponies, not a house, not a creature near us, but the pretty Highland sheep, with their horns and black faces. It was the most delightful, most romantic ride and walk I ever had. These early visits to Scotland inspired her with her love for the Highlands and the Highlanders. She found there quite a world of poetry, the majestic scenery, the fresh, bracing air, the picturesqueness of the kilted gillies, the piping and the dancing, and the long days among the heather recalled scenes which Sir Walter Scott has glorified for all time, and which are especially identified with the fortunes of the unhappy Stuarts, of whom she is now the nearest representative. It was in 1848 that the court proceeded for the first time to Balmoral, then a picturesque but small castle. The air of Deeside had been recommended by Sir James Clark, the Queen's physician, and his anticipation of the benefits to be derived from residence there was so completely realized that although 4 years passed before the property was actually purchased, yet preparations were made for establishing there a royal home. Plans for the future castle and for laying out the grounds were gone into by the prince with keen delight. All has become my dear Albert's own creation, own work, own building, own laying out, as at Osborne. And his great taste and the impress of his dear hand have been stamped everywhere. It was here that the Queen and the Prince Consort enjoyed for more than 12 years a delightful freedom, mingling with their people, devising the wisest methods for ensuring their well-being, going with them to worship in their plain, very plain parish church, and being to each and all unaffectedly sincere friends. Every spot around soon became consecrated by some sweet association. Every great family event had its commemoration amid the scenery around the castle. Though many a cairn, once raised in joy, is now, alas, a monument of sorrow. The life at Balmoral was in every sense beneficial. There never has been there the kind of relaxation that comes from idleness. Systematic work has been always maintained at Balmoral as at Windsor. Early hours in the fresh morning and a regular arrangement of time during the day have given room for the constant business of the Crown. Every now and then there were glorious outings, whether for sport or for some far-reaching expedition which gave fresh zest to happy and united toil. There is more than one characteristic of the Queen which may recall to Scotchmen the history of their own Stuarts, and among these is her enjoyment of expeditions incognita. The Prince Consort, with his simple German heart, entered fully into the fun of such journeys as, starting off on long rides across mountain passes, and through swollen burns and streams, lunching on heights from which they could gaze far and wide over mountain and strath, they would reach some little roadside inn, and there, assuming a feigned name, had the delight of feeling themselves private people, while the simple fare and the ridiculous contretemps which frequently occurred were enjoyed the more keenly because of their contrast to accustomed state. And during all these years their domestic life was unbroken by any great family sorrow. It was not till a year before her great bereavement that the Queen lost her mother, the Duchess of Kent. Few can read the account of that sorrowful parting without being drawn nearer to the sovereign by the tie of a common humanity, so deep and tender is the affection that is revealed. But till 1861 the Queen was surrounded by all those who were dearest to her, and she and the Prince shared the sweet task of superintending their children's education. Few parents more anxiously considered the best methods for securing a sound moral and religious training. The greatest maxim of all, writes the Queen, is that the children shall be brought up as simply and in as domestic a way as possible, that, without interfering with their lessons, they should be as much as possible with their parents, and learn to place their greatest confidence in them in all things. As to religious training, the Queen's conviction was that it is best when given to a child day by day at his mother's knee. It was only the greatest pressure of public duty which rendered it impossible for her to fulfill her part so completely as she desired. "It is a hard case for me," Her Majesty writes, in reference to the Princess Royal, "that my occupations prevent me being with her when she says her prayers." The religious convictions of the Queen and the Prince Consort were deep. They both cared little for those mere accidents and conventionalities of religion which so many magnify into essentials. The Prince, eminently devout, insisted on the realities of religion. "We want not what is safe, but true," was his commentary on the exaggerated outcry against essays and reviews. "The gospel and the unfettered right to its use," was his claim for Protestantism. For his own spirit, like that of the Queen, was truly religious. The quiet evenings spent together before communion, and the directness and reverence with which both served God, were combined with an utter abhorrence of all intolerance. Such qualities are generally misunderstood by the narrow-minded, who have only their own shibboleths to test all faith, and one church, whatever it may be, that they regard as true. The Queen and the Prince rose above such distinctions. They shared the Catholicism of St. Paul, "Grace be with all who love the Lord Jesus Christ in sincerity." But these bright and happy years were doomed to a sudden ending. It is only when we have realized all that her husband was to her that we can measure how fearful was the blow to her loving heart when he who was her pride and her constant companion was laid low. We may feel what a shattering it brought to all that hitherto had enriched her life, and how very desolate her position became when she was left in loneliness on the throne, a widow, separated by her queendom from many of those supports which others find near them, but from which she was deprived by her position. 14 happy and blessed years have passed, she wrote in 1854, and I confidently trust many more will pass and find us in old age as we now are, happily and devotedly united. Trials we must have, but what are they if we are together? In God's wisdom that hope was not to be realized, and in 1861 the stroke fell, and it fell with crushing power. It is not for us to lift the curtain of sorrow that fell like a funeral pall over the first years of her widowhood. For many a day it seemed as if the grief was more than she could bear, and although she was sustained through it all by God's grace, and supported by the sympathy of the nation, yet it was naturally a long-continued and absorbing sorrow. Other blows have fallen since then. The tender and wise Princess Alice and the thoughtful and cultured Duke of Albany have also been gathered to their rest, and the Queen has had to mourn over one after another of her most faithful servants taken from her. But the hallowing hand of time the soothing remembrance of unspeakable mercies, and the call to noble duty have done much to restore the strength, if not the joy, of former days. Her people rejoice, and the influence of the crown is enormously strengthened when in these later years the Queen has been able once more to mingle with the nation. When we touch on the third period of her life, which may well be termed that of sorrow, although brightened by many happy events in the domestic life of her children, we reach times that are familiar to every reader. These have been years in which the cares of state have often been exceedingly burdensome. The days of anxiety during the Crimean War and the Indian Mutiny have more than once had their counterpart. Afghanistan, Zululand with its Isandula, and the Transvaal War with its Majuba Hill, Egypt and the Sudan brought hours of sore anxiety to the sovereign, but they were probably not more harassing to intellect and heart than the months of difficult diplomacy which the threatening aspect of European politics frequently laid upon government. I may say in passing that no portrait of her appears to me to be quite satisfactory. They usually have only one expression, that of sadness and thoughtfulness, and so far as they give a true representation. For when there is nothing to rouse her interest, and when she is silent, that look of sadness is doubtless what chiefly impresses one. Her face then bears the traces of weary thought and of trying sorrow. But when she is engaged in conversation, and especially if her keen sense of humour has been touched, her countenance becomes lit with an exceedingly engaging brightness, or beams with heartiest laughter. Her life at Balmoral since her great sorrow maintains, as far as may be, the traditions of the happy past. She still makes expeditions, cognita or incognita, sometimes to the scenes of former enjoyment or to new places of interest. She has in this way visited Blair, Dunkeld, Invermark, Glenfiddich, Invertrossachs, Dunrobin, Inverlochy, Inverary, Lochmarl, and Broxmouth. The Queen, among her people at Balmoral, gives a splendid example to every landlord. The first lady in the land is the most gracious mistress possible. Her interest is no condescending make-belief, as we sometimes find it in the case of others, who seek a certain popularity among their dependents by showing spasmodic attentions which it is difficult to harmonize with the prevailing indifference. With the Queen, it is the unaffected care of one who really loves her people, and who is keenly touched by all that touches them. She knows them all by name, and in the times of their sorrow they experience from her a personal sympathy peculiarly soothing. There is indeed no part of the volumes she has given us more surprising than the minute knowledge she there shows of all the people who have been, in a way, connected with her. The gillies, guides, and gamekeepers, the maids who have served her, the attendants, coachmen, and footmen, are seldom mentioned without some notice of their lives being recorded, as faithfully as is the case with peers and peeresses. How few mistresses are there who, burdened as she is with duty, would thus hold in kindest remembrance each faithful servant, become acquainted with their circumstances, and provide for them in age or in trial with generous solicitude. It is this rich humanity of feeling that is her noblest characteristic. The public are accustomed to see messages of sympathy sent by the Queen in cases of disaster and of accident, but they cannot know how truly those calamities fall upon her own heart. As far as her life in the Highlands is concerned, she is now perhaps the best specimen we have of what the old Highland chieftain used to be, only that in her case we find the benefits of paternal government without its harsh severities. There is the same frank and hearty attachment to her dependents, the same intimate knowledge of each one of them, the same recognition of services. It is a queenly quality to recognize what is worthy, no matter what the rank may be. It was from this she placed so much confidence in her faithful attendant, John Brown. Her kindness to him was her own generous interpretation of the long and loyal services of one who, for more than 30 years, had been personal attendant on the Prince Consort and herself, leading her pony during many a long day upon the hills, watching over her safety in London as well as on Deeside, and who, on more than one occasion, protected her from peril. His attention, care, and faithfulness cannot be exceeded, she writes in the first volume of The Leaves, and the state of my health, which of late years has been sorely tried and weakened, renders such qualifications most valuable. End of section 27. Section 28 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Florence Nightingale, by Lizzie Aldridge, born 1820. A very distinguished lady nurse, who has been in half the hospitals in Europe, once said to me, to Florence Nightingale, who was my own first teacher and inspirer, we owe the wonderful change that has taken place in the public mind with regard to nursing. When I first began my hospital training, hospital nursing was thought to be a profession which no decent woman of any rank could follow. If a servant turned nurse, it was supposed she did so because she had lost her character. We have changed all that now. Modern nursing owes its first impulse to Florence Nightingale. I don't suppose any of my young readers have ever seen a hospital nurse of the now nearly extinct Gamp type, but I have. I have seen her, coarse-faced, thick of limb, heavy of foot, brutal in speech, crawling up and down the stairs or about the wards in dresses and aprons that made me feel, although quite well and with a good, healthy appetite, as if I would not have my good dinner just then. These were the old-fashioned Sary Gamps. But Florence Nightingale has been too strong for even the immortal Sary. Go now through the corridors and wards of a modern hospital. Every nurse you meet will be neat and trim, spotless dress and cap and apron, moving quickly but quietly to and fro, doing her work with kindness and intelligence. It was in 1820, the year George III's long life quite faded out, that the younger of the two daughters of William Shaw Nightingale was born at Florence, and named after that lovely city. Mr. Nightingale of Embley Park, Hampshire, and the Lea Hurst, Derbyshire, was a wealthy landowner. He was of the shores of Derbyshire, but inherited the fortune with the name of Nightingale through his mother. Lea Hurst, where Miss Nightingale passed the summer months of each year, is situated in the Matlock district, among bold masses of limestone rock, grey walls full of fossils, covered with moss and lichen, with the changeful river Derwent now dashing over its stony bed, now quietly winding between little dales and clefts and dingles. Those who have travelled by the Derby and Buxton Railway will remember the narrow valleys, the mountain streams, the wide spans of high moorland, the distant ranges of hills beyond the hills of the district. Lea Hurst, a gable-ended house, standing among its own woods and commanding wonderful views of the Peak country, is about 2 miles from Cromford station. At Lea Hurst, much of Florence Nightingale's childhood was passed. There she early developed that intense love for every living, suffering thing that grew with her growth, until it became the master passion of her life. Florence Nightingale always retained her belief in animals. Many years after her name was known all over the world, she wrote, "A small pet animal is often an excellent companion for the sick, for long chronic cases especially. An invalid, in giving an account of his nursing by a nurse and a dog, infinitely preferred that of the dog. Above all, he said, it did not talk. Even Florence Nightingale's maimed dolls were tenderly nursed and bandaged." Mr. Nightingale was a man singularly in advance of his time as regards the training of girls. The higher education of women was unknown to the general public in those days, but not to Mr. Nightingale. His daughter was taught mathematics and studied the classics, history, and modern languages under her father's guidance. These last were afterward of the greatest use to her in the Crimea, but she was no learned lady, only a well-educated Englishwoman all round. She was an excellent musician and skilful in work with the needle, and the delicate trained touch thus acquired stood her in good stead, for the soldiers used to say that a wound which Miss Nightingale dressed was sure to get well. She felt a strong craving for work, more even than the schools and cottages, the care of the young, the sick, and the aged, in which she followed her mother's example, could afford her at her father's home. Mrs. Browning tells us to get leave to work. In this world, 'tis the best you get at all. Florence Nightingale not only got leave to work, but did so very quietly but very persistently, and so she became a pioneer for less courageous souls, and won for them also leave to work. Taught by her father, she soon learned to distinguish between what was really good work and which mere make-believe. She had many opportunities, even as a child, of seeing really fine artistic work, both in science and art. She set up a high standard, and was never satisfied with anything short of the best, either in herself or others. It is a grand thing to know good work when you see it. The love of work, however, with Florence Nightingale always went hand in hand with that love for every living thing in God's world which was born with her, and which was never crowded out by all this education. As she grew up, she more and more felt that helpfulness was the first law of her being. But her reason and intellect having been so carefully trained, she was thoroughly persuaded that, in order to help effectually, one must know thoroughly both the cause of suffering and its radical cure. The study of nursing had an irresistible attraction for her. Few people in England at that time valued nursing. Florence Nightingale was convinced that indifference arose from the all but absolute ignorance of what nursing should be, and she set herself to acquire the necessary knowledge to enable her to carry it out in the very best and most scientific way. She never lost an opportunity of visiting a hospital, either at home or abroad. She gave up the life of so-called pleasure, which it was then considered a young woman of her position ought to lead, and after having very carefully examined innumerable nursing institutions at home and abroad, at length went to the well-known pastor Fleidner's Deaconesses at Kaiserswerth, where she remained for several months. After leaving Kaiserswerth, Miss Nightingale was for a while with her Sisters of St. Vincent de Paul in Paris, so anxious was she to see how nursing was carried on under many different systems. It was during 1851, the year of the first great exhibition, that she was thus fitting herself practically for the great task that lay before her in the not very distant future. On her return to England, Miss Nightingale found a patient that required all her time and help of every kind. This patient was none other than the sanatorium in Harley Street for gentlewomen of limited means. Into the saving of this valuable institution Miss Nightingale threw all her energy, and for 2 or 3 years, hidden away from the outside world, she was working day and night for her poor suffering ladies, until at length she was able to feel that the sanatorium was not only in good health, but on the high road to permanent success. Florence Nightingale's own health, however, gave way under the long-continued strain of anxiety and fatigue. She was obliged to leave the invalids for whom she had done so much, and go home for the rest and change she so sorely needed. Now, while Miss Nightingale had been quietly getting Harley Street into working order, the gravest and most terrible changes had taken place in the affairs of the nation, and not only in those of England, but in those of the whole of Europe. In 1851, when the first great exhibition was opened, all was peace. The long peace of 40 years was still unbroken. People said it never was to be broken again, and that wars and rumours of wars had come to an end. So much for human foreknowledge. By the autumn of 1854, the horrors of the Crimean War had reached their climax. The Times was full, day by day, of the most thrilling and appalling descriptions of the hideous sufferings of our brave men, sufferings caused quite as much by the utter breakdown of the sanitary administration as by even the deadly battles and trench work, while every post was bringing agonizing private letters appealing for help. Men were wounded in the Crimea. The hospitals were far off at Scutari. The wide and stormy Black Sea had to be crossed to reach them. The stores of food, clothing, and medicine that might have saved many a life were at Varna or lost in the Black Prince. The state of the great barrack hospital at Scutari was indescribably horrible. Everybody was frantic to rush to the relief. No one knew what best to do. Public feeling was at fever heat. How could it be otherwise when William Howard Russell, the Times correspondent, was constantly writing such true but heart-rending letters as this? The commonest accessories of a hospital are wanting. There is not the least attention paid to decency or cleanliness. The stench is appalling. The fetid air can barely struggle out to taint the atmosphere, save through the chinks in the walls and roofs. And for all I can observe, these men die without the least effort being made to save them. Here they lie, just as they were let gently down on the ground by the poor fellows, their comrades, who brought them on their backs from the camp with the greatest tenderness, but who are not allowed to remain with them. The sick appear to be tended by the sick, and the dying by the dying. Miss Nightingale, who was then recovering from her Harley Street nursing, deeply felt the intensity of the crisis that was moving the whole nation. But, whereas the panic had driven most of the kind people who were so eager to help the army nearly off their heads, it only made hers the cooler and clearer. She wrote, offering her services to Mr. Sidney Herbert, afterward Lord Herbert, the Minister for War, who, together with his wife, had long known her and had recognized her wonderful organizing faculties and her great practical experience. It was on October 15th that she wrote to Mr. Herbert. On the very same day the minister had written to her. Their letters crossed. Mr. Herbert, who had himself given much attention to military hospitals, laid before Miss Nightingale, in his now historical letter, a plan for nursing the sick and wounded at Scutari. There is, as far as I know, he wrote, only one person in England capable of organizing and directing such a plan, and I have been several times on the point of asking you if you would be disposed to make the attempt, that it will be difficult to form a corps of nurses no one knows better than yourself. After specifying the difficulty in finding not only good nurses, but good nurses who would be willing to submit to authority, he goes on, I have this simple question to put to you. Could you go out yourself and take charge of everything? It is, of course, understood that you will have absolute authority over all the nurses, unlimited power to draw on the government for all you judge necessary to the success of your mission, and I think I may assure you of the cooperation of the medical staff. Your personal qualities, your knowledge, and your authority in administrative affairs all fit you for this position. Miss Nightingale at once concurred in Mr. Herbert's proposal. The materials for a staff of good nurses did not exist, and she had to put up with the best that could be gathered on such short notice. On the 21st, a letter by Mr. Herbert from the War Office told the world that Miss Nightingale, accompanied by 34 nurses, will leave this evening. Miss Nightingale, who has, I believe, greater practical experience of hospital administration and treatment than any other lady in this country, has, with a self-devotion for which I have no words to express my gratitude, undertaken this noble but arduous work. A couple of days later there was a paragraph in the Times from Miss Nightingale herself, referring to the gifts for the soldiers that had been offered so lavishly. Miss Nightingale neither invites nor refuses the generous offers. Her banking account is open at Messrs. Coutts. On October 30th, the Times republished from the Examiner a letter headed, "Who is Miss Nightingale?" and signed, "One who has known her." Then was made known to the British public for the first time who the woman that had gone to the aid of the sick and wounded really was. Then it was shown that she was no hospital matron, but a young and singularly graceful and accomplished gentlewoman of wealth and position, who had, not in a moment of national enthusiasm, but as the set purpose of her life from girlhood up, devoted herself to the study of God's great and good laws of health, and to trying to apply them to the help of her suffering fellow creatures. From October 30th, 1854, the heroine of the Crimean War was Florence Nightingale, and the heroine of that war will she be while the English tongue exists and English history is read. The national enthusiasm for her was at once intense, and it grew deeper and more intense as week by week revealed her powers. Less talent and energy of character, less singleness of purpose and devotion could never have combined the heterogeneous elements which she gathered together in one common work and labour of love. I met the other day a lady who saw something of Miss Nightingale just before she went out to the East. This lady tells me that Miss Nightingale was then most graceful in appearance, tall and slight, very quiet and still. At first sight her earnest face struck one as cold, but when she began to speak she grew very animated, and her dark eyes shone out with a peculiarly star-like brightness. This was the woman whose starting for the East was at once felt to be the beginning of better things, but so prejudiced were so many good English people against women nurses for soldiers, that Mrs. Jameson, writing at the time, calls the scheme an undertaking wholly new to our English customs, much at variance with the usual education given to women in this country. She, sensible woman, one in advance of her day, hoped it would succeed, but hoped rather faintly. If it succeeds, she goes on, it will be the true, the lasting glory of Florence Nightingale and her band of devoted assistants, that they have broken down a Chinese wall of prejudices, religious, social, professional, and have established a precedent which will, indeed, multiply the good to all time. The little band of nurses crossed the Channel to Boulogne, where they found the fisherwomen eager for the honour of carrying their luggage to the railway. This display, however, seemed to Miss Nightingale to be so out of keeping with the deep gravity of her mission that, at her wish, it was not repeated at any of the stopping places during the route. The Vectis took the nurses across the Mediterranean, and a terribly rough passage they had. On November 5th, the very day on which the Battle of Inkerman was fought, the ship arrived at Scutari. Miss Nightingale and her nurses landed during the afternoon. and it was remarked at the time that their neat black dresses formed a strong contrast to those of the usual hospital attendants. The great barrack hospital at Scutari, which had been lent to the British by the Turkish government, was an enormous quadrangular building, a quarter of a mile each way, with square towers at each angle. It stood on the Asiatic shore, 100 feet above the Bosphorus. Another large hospital stood near, the whole at times containing as many as 4,000 men. The whole were placed under Miss Nightingale's care. The nurses were lodged in the southeast tower. The extent of corridors in the great hospital, story above story, in which the sick and wounded were at first laid on wretched palliases, as close together as they could be placed, made her inspection and care most difficult. There were 2 rows of mattresses in the corridors, where 2 persons could hardly pass abreast between foot and foot. The mortality, when the Times first took up the cause of the sick and wounded, was enormous. In the Crimea itself there was not half the mortality in the tents, horrible as were the sufferings and privations of the men there. "The whole of yesterday," writes one of the nurses a few days after they had arrived, "one could only forget one's own existence, for it was spent first in sewing the men's mattresses together, and then in washing them, and assisting the surgeons, when we could, in dressing their ghastly wounds after their 5 days' confinement on board ship, during which space their wounds had not been dressed. Hundreds of men with fever, dysentery, and cholera, the wounded were the smaller portion, filled the wards in succession from the overcrowded transports." Miss Nightingale's position was a most difficult one. Everything was in disorder, and every official was extremely jealous of interference. Miss Nightingale, however, at once impressed upon her staff the duty of obeying the doctor's orders, as she did herself. As invalids' kitchen was established immediately by her to supplement the rations, a laundry was added. The nursing itself was, however, the most difficult and important part of the work. But it would take far too much space to give all the details of that kind but strict administration which brought comparative comfort and a low death rate into the Scutari hospitals. During a year and a half the labour of getting the hospitals into working order was enormous, but before the peace arrived they were models of what such institutions may be. Speaking of Miss Nightingale in the hospital at Scutari, the Times correspondent wrote, "Wherever there is disease in its most dangerous form, and the hand of the spoiler distressingly nigh, there is that incomparable woman sure to be seen. Her benignant presence is an influence of good comfort even amid the struggles of expiring nature. She is a ministering angel, without any exaggeration, in these hospitals. And as her slender form glides quietly along each corridor, every poor fellow's face softens with gratitude at the sight of her. When all the medical officers have retired for the night, and silence and darkness have settled down upon these miles of prostrate sick, she may be observed, alone, with a little lamp in her hand, making her solitary rounds. With the heart of a true woman, and the manner of a lady, accomplished and refined beyond most of her sex, she combines a surprising calmness of judgment and promptitude and decision of character. The popular instinct was not mistaken, which, when she set out from England on her mission of mercy, hailed her as a heroine. I trust that she may not earn her title to a higher, though sadder, appellation. No one who has observed her fragile figure and delicate health can avoid misgivings lest these should fail. Public feeling bubbled up into poetry. Even doggerel ballads sung about the streets praised the Nightingale of the East. From her heart it means good. Among many others, Longfellow wrote the charming poem The Lady with the Lamp, so beautifully illustrated by the statuette of Florence Nightingale at St. Thomas's Hospital, suggested by the well-known incident recorded in a soldier's letter. She would speak to one and another, and nod and smile to many more, but she could not do it to all, you know, for we lay there by hundreds. But we would kiss her shadow as it fell, and lay our heads on our pillows again, content. Lo, in that house of misery, a lady with a lamp I see, pass through the glimmering gloom, and flit from room to room, and slow as in a dream of bliss, the speechless sufferer turns to kiss her shadow as it falls upon the darkening walls. O England's annals through the long hereafter of her speech and song, a light its rays shall cast from portals of the past. A lady with a lamp shall stand in the great history of the land, a noble type of good, heroic womanhood. In the following spring, Miss Nightingale crossed the Black Sea and visited Balaclava, where the state of the hospitals in huts was extremely distressing, as help of all kinds was even more difficult to obtain there than at Scutari. Here Miss Nightingale spent some weeks, until she was prostrated by a severe attack of the Crimean fever, of which she very nearly died. But at length the Crimean War came to an end. The nation was prepared to welcome its heroine with the most passionate enthusiasm. But Florence Nightingale quietly slipped back unnoticed to her Derbyshire home, without its being known that she had passed through London. Worn out with ill health and fatigue, and naturally shrinking from publicity, the public at large had scarcely ever seen her. She has been a great invalid ever since the war, and for many years hardly ever left her house. But her energy has been untiring. She was one of the founders of the Red Cross Society for the relief of the sick and wounded in war. When the Civil War broke out in America, she was consulted as to all the details of the military nursing there. Her name is almost more known among us than even in Europe, wrote an American. During the Franco-German War, she gave advice for the chief hospitals under the Crown Princess, the Princess Alice, and others. The Children's Hospital at Lisbon was erected from her plans. The hospitals in Australia, India, and other places have received her care. A large proportion of the plans for the building and organization of the hospitals erected during the last 25 years in England have passed through her hands. The Queen, who had followed her work with constant interest, presented her with a beautiful and costly decoration. The nation gave £50,000 to found the Nightingale Home. In this home Miss Nightingale takes the deepest interest. constantly having the nurses and sisters to visit her, and learning from them the most minute details of its working. Great is evidently her rejoicing when one of her nightingales proves to be a really fine nurse, such a one, for instance, as Agnes Jones, the reformer of workhouse nursing. This was the high position Florence Nightingale conquered for her fellow women. Hundreds have occupied, and are still occupying, the ground she won for them. And I give a quarter of a century's European experience, she goes on, when I say that the happiest people, the fondest of their occupation, the most thankful for their lives, are, in my opinion, those engaged in sick nursing. Officials in high places, ever since the Crimean War, have sent Miss Nightingale piles, mountains one might say, of reports and blue books of her advice. She seems to be able to condense any number of them into half a dozen telling sentences. For instance, the mortality in Indian regiments during times of peace became exceedingly alarming. Reports on the subject were poured in upon her. The men are simply treated like Strasbourg geese, she said in effect. They eat, sleep, frizzle in the sun, and eat and sleep again. Treat them reasonably, and they will be well. She has written much valuable advice on how to live and not die in India. Children's hospitals have also engaged much of her attention. You cannot open one of her books at hazard without being struck with some shrewd remark that tells how far-fetching is her observation, as in this on the playgrounds of children's hospitals, a large garden ground laid out in sward and grass hillocks, and such ways as children like. Not too pretty, or the children will be scolded for spoiling it, must be provided. Here, I am sorry to find, my space comes to an end, but not, I hope, before I have been able to sketch in some slight way what great results will assuredly follow when faith and science are united in one person. In the days which we may hope are now dawning, when these gifts will be united, not in an individual here and there, but in a large portion of our race, there will doubtless be many a devoted woman whose knowledge may equal her practical skill, and her love for God and her fellow creatures, who will understand, even more thoroughly than most of us now can, most of us being still so ignorant, how deep a debt of gratitude is due to her who first opened for women so many paths of duty, and raised nursing from a menial employment to the dignity of an art of charity, to England's first great nurse, the wise, beloved, and far-seeing heroine of the Crimean War, the Lady of the Lamp, Florence Nightingale. End of section 28. Section 29 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Dr. Louis Pasteur, by Dr. Cyrus Edson, 1822 to 1895. Louis Pasteur, the Columbus of the world of the infinitely little, to quote the phrase of Professor Dumas, was born in the town of Dole, France, on December 27th, 1822. His father was an old soldier, decorated on the field of battle, who, after leaving the array, earned his bread as a tanner. In 1825, Monsieur Pasteur moved from Dole to the town of Arbois, on the borders of the Cuissance, where his son began his education in the communal college. The boy was exceedingly fond of fishing and of sketching, and it was not until he reached the age of 14 that he began to study in earnest. There being no professor of philosophy at Arbois, Louis Pasteur moved to Besançon, where he received the degree of Bachelier et Lettres, and was at once appointed as one of the tutors. Here he studied the course in mathematics necessary for admission into the École Normale in Paris, which he entered in October 1843. Already his passion for chemistry had shown itself, and he took the lectures in that science delivered by Monsieur Dumas at the Sorbonne, and by Monsieur Ballard at the École Normale. It was but a short time before he became a marked man in his class, especially for his intense devotion to experiment. Thanks to Monsieur de la Fosse, one of the lecturers of the École Normale, his attention was turned to crystallography, and a note from the German chemist Mitscherlich, communicated to the Academy of Sciences, set him on fire with curiosity. Mitscherlich declared, "The para-tartarate and the tartarate of soda and ammonia have the same chemical composition, the same crystalline form, the same angles, the same specific weight, the same double refraction, and the same inclination of the optic axes. Dissolved in water, their refraction is the same. But while the dissolved tartarate causes the plane of polarized light to rotate, the para-tartarate exacts no such action." Pasteur at once instituted experiments resulting in the discovery of minute facets in the tartarate which gave it the power noted. He found in the para-tartarate these facets existed, but that there was an equal admixture of right and left-handed crystals, and the one neutralized the effect of the other. He also discovered the left-handed tartarate. These discoveries, at the opening of Pasteur's career, brought him at once to the front among the scientific men. He followed them with a profound investigation into the symmetry and dissymmetry of atoms, and reached the conclusion that in these lay the basic difference between inorganic and organic matter, between the absence of life and life. Nominated at the age of 32 as Dean of the Faculté des Sciences at Lille, Pasteur determined to devote a portion of his lectures to fermentation. At that time, ferments were believed to be, to quote Liebig, nitrogenous substances, albumin, fibrin, casein, or the liquids which embrace them, milk, blood, urine, in a state of alteration which they undergo in contact with air. Pasteur examined the lactic ferment and found little rods, 1 in 25,000ths of an inch in length, which nipped themselves in the centre, divided into two, grew to full length and divided again, and these living things he declared to be the active principles of the ferment. He made a mixture of yeast, chalk, sugar, and water, added some of the rods, and got fermentation. He then made a mixture of sugar, water, phosphate of potash, and magnesia and introducing fresh cells, fermentation followed. Liebig's theory of the nitrogenous character of the ferment disappeared when fermentation was caused in a mixture having no nitrogenous elements. Pasteur had discovered that fermentation was a phenomenon of nutrition. It followed the increase and growth of the little rods. The next step was the discovery of the ferment of butyric acid, a species of vibrio consisting of little rods united in chains of 2 or 3 and possessed of movement. He found these vibrios lived without air. Further experiments showed there were ferments to which air was necessary, called by Pasteur the aerobics, and others to whom oxygen was fatal, the anaerobics. He proved also by an exhaustive series of experiments that what is called putrefaction of animal matter is the result of the combined work of the aerobics and the anaerobics, which reduced the part not taken up by oxygen to dead organic matter, ready in its turn to form food for living things. His attention having been turned to the needs of the vinegar makers of Orléans, Pasteur began the examination of the ferment which produces vinegar from wine. He found this in the Mysoderm aceto, a mold-like plant which has the power of developing acetic acid from alcohol. As the result of his investigation, the manufacturers of vinegar in France were able to do away with the cumbrous process that they had long followed, and to make vinegar not only more cheaply, but of very much better quality. But during these experiments, Pasteur found the temperature of 65 degrees Celsius was sufficient to kill the Mysoderm. When then the winemakers of France appealed to him to investigate the diseases of wine, he was ready for the work. Before this, however, he had examined the claims of Pouchet and others to their alleged discovery of spontaneous generation, in other words, the production of life. Ranging himself against them, Pasteur showed their experiments not to have been conclusive, simply because they had not succeeded in excluding the dust which contained germs of life in the shape of spores of microscopic plants. The diseases of wine produce sour wine, wine that spirits, greasy wine, and bitter taste. Pasteur found each to be due to a different microscopic ferment, all of which could be killed by heat. He placed bottles of wine in a bath heated to 60 degrees Celsius, and invited the most experienced wine tasters of Paris to try them afterwards. The result of the test was the unanimous verdict that the wines had not been injured in the least. And today these diseases of wine are a thing of the past. There are departments in France where the culture of the silkworm is the principal industry of the inhabitants. In 1849, a strange disease called pebrine broke out among the worms. They were unable to molt and died before the cocoons were spun. It spread in the most alarming manner until, from a crop with an average of 130 million francs a year, the production of silk went to less than 50 millions. The silk cultivators sent for eggs, seed is the technical name, to Italy and Greece, and for one season all went well. The next, the plague was as bad as ever. More than that, it spread to Italy, Spain, Greece, and Turkey until Japan was the only silk-producing country where the worm was healthy. Societies and governments, as well as individuals, were aghast, for the silk industry of the world was on the verge of annihilation, and every remedy the mind of man could conceive was tried, only to be rejected. In France alone, the loss in 1865 was over 100 million francs. At the suggestion of Professor Dumas, the government induced Pasteur to examine into the disease. He had seen in a report on the epidemic made by Monsieur de Quatrefages that there were found in the diseased worms certain minute corpuscles only to be seen under the microscope. When in June 1865 Pasteur arrived in the town of Availle, he found there corpuscles without difficulty. He traced them from the worm to the chrysalid in the cocoon and thence to the moth. He found worms hatched from the eggs laid by these moths invariably developed the corpuscles. He crushed the corpuscular moth in water, painted a mulberry leaf with it, fed it to a healthy worm, and the corpuscles developed. He hatched eggs from moths free from corpuscles and secured healthy worms. While working on the disease, Pasteur discovered in 1867 that the mortality among the worms was in part due to another disease, the flacherie, and this, he found, was the result of imperfect digestion. Flacherie was contagious and was caused by the fermentation of the food eaten in the body of the worm. The causes of this fermentation, the condition of the leaves, the temperature, and others were pointed out. As the result of 5 years' work, Pasteur had restored the silk industry to its former position, and had shown that the microscopic examination of the moth laying the eggs to be hatched was a perfect safeguard against pébrine and flacherie. At the request of the emperor, Pasteur went to Villa Vicentia in Austria, belonging to the Prince Imperial. For 10 years the silk harvest there had not paid the cost of the eggs. Although he was just recovering from an attack of paralysis brought on by overwork, Pasteur travelled to Austria, introduced his methods, and the sale of the cocoons gave the villa a net profit of 26 million francs. No wonder it was said of him that his discoveries alone exceeded in money value to the French people the war indemnity paid by them to the Germans. Splenic fever, called charbon in France, had for many years decimated the flocks in France, Italy, Russia, Egypt, Hungary, and Brazil. It attacked the horse and cow as well as the sheep, and human beings died of it when they developed malignant pustule. Many scientific men had studied it, but Dr. Davaine in 1850 was the first to find in the blood of a sheep that had died of the disease little thread-like bodies about twice the length of a blood corpuscle. These little bodies exhibit no spontaneous motion. Pasteur began the examination of splenic fever by securing some of the blood from an animal dying from it. In the work before him, he associated with himself Monsieur Hubert, one of his former pupils. A drop of the blood sown in the water of yeast, the medium used for cultures by Pasteur at that time, produced myriads of the rods, the bacilli or microbes. A drop of this taken at the end of 24 hours and placed in a fresh flask of the medium again produced thousands of the bacilli. Pasteur found that guinea pigs inoculated from the first flask developed the fever, and the same result followed when the inoculation was from the 20th. He had proved then that splenic fever was produced by the bacilli, by living organisms only to be seen with a powerful microscope. While working on the bacilli of splenic fever, Pasteur had isolated the bacillus of chicken cholera, had cultivated it, and had inoculated chickens with it, developing the disease. He found that so long as the cultures were made from flask to flask within 24 hours, the virus of the disease, that is, the power of the bacilli to produce cholera in the fowls inoculated, remained the same, and the fowl died. But he discovered that if a flask containing the bacilli were left exposed to the air for 2 weeks, and the fowls were then inoculated with bacilli from the flask, they became sick, but did not die. Following this up, he inoculated a hen that had recovered from a sickness so produced, with the bacilli in their strongest and most virulent form, and the hen showed no effect whatever. Then he took 2 hens, one fresh from the coop, and the other well again after the sickness produced by the inoculation, with the exposed bacilli, and inoculated both with the blood of a hen that was dying with chicken cholera. The first died, the second was affected. In other words, Pasteur had made the greatest discovery in physiology of this century. He had found it is possible to attenuate the virus of a virulent disease, and to use that virus so attenuated as a vaccine matter, which will guard the animal vaccinated against the disease. He had taken Jenner's discovery and proved it applied to other diseases besides smallpox. Pasteur's theory of the reason why a vaccine matter will have its prophylactic effect is this. He believes there is in the blood of any animal subject to a disease caused by bacilli some substance which is necessary to the sustenance of those bacilli. And when the bacilli, having an attenuated virus, are introduced, they slowly consume all of this substance. The substance being one which nature creates very slowly, no subsequent introduction of the bacilli, however virulent, can produce the disease until such time shall have elapsed that a new supply of the substance shall have been secreted. In this way he accounts for the fact that vaccination will protect from smallpox for a more or less defined period of time. Pasteur hastened to apply his discovery of the attenuation of the virus of chicken cholera to the virus of splenic fever. Here, however, he was met with a serious difficulty. The microbes of splenic fever, if left in the flask for 48 hours, developing bright spots, and gradually into these spots the bacilli themselves seemed to be absorbed. Pasteur found these spots were the spores or seeds of the microbes, and he also found that while the bacilli could be killed easily in various ways, the spores possessed a much greater resistance. They could be dried, for example, and preserved in that state indefinitely. It was apparent that the oxygenation which attenuated the venom of the bacilli of chicken cholera was impossible with those of splenic fever, if the bacilli of the latter disappeared within a week, leaving the spores behind. But Pasteur had discovered before this that unless the temperature of a fowl were lowered artificially, inoculation with the microbes of splenic fever would not produce the disease. From this he argued that, as the heat of the fowl's body was sufficient to resist the contagion, the bacilli themselves must be extremely sensitive to variations in temperature. He tried the experiment and found, by lowering the temperature of the flasks containing the cultures, he could prevent the formation of the spores. He then attenuated the venom of the splenic bacilli as he had that of the fowl cholera, tried it on guinea pigs, found they became sick and recovered, inoculated them with the bacilli of full strength, but with no result. Pursuing his experiments, he discovered that he could, by using vaccine-attenuated bacilli of unequal strength, cause any degree of sickness he pleased. In the early part of 1881, Pasteur agreed to hold a public exhibition of his vaccine for splenic fever, the animals to be supplied by the Society of Agriculture in Melun. The experiment was begun on May 5th. Pasteur inoculated 24 sheep, 1 goat, and 6 cows with 6 drops each of attenuated virus, and 12 days afterward he re-inoculated them with a stronger virus. On May 31st he re-inoculated the 31 animals with the strongest virus of splenic fever, and at the same time inoculated 25 sheep and 4 cows which had been vaccinated, as were the others. On June 2nd, over 200 people assembled at the farm to see the result. The 25 sheep that had not been vaccinated all died before that evening. The non-vaccinated cows had intense fever and great swellings, and could scarcely stand up. On the other hand, the vaccinated sheep and cows were in full health, and were feeding quietly. Pasteur had conquered splenic fever. Having attenuated the virus of these bacilli, Pasteur began a series of experiments to determine whether the attenuated virus could be intensified until its former venom was obtained. This he succeeded in, and thus discovered what is probably the key to the solution of the problem of the periodicity of epidemics of contagious diseases, such as cholera. In 1882, Pasteur's attention was called to a new disease, swine fever, rouget, which was ravaging the herds of swine in France. He found the microbes, attenuated them, vaccinated the pigs, and secured the most favorable results. He also discovered that by passing the microbe of a disease through an animal not subject to that disease, he attenuated it so far as its effects on another were concerned. It was in 1880 that Pasteur began his experiments in hydrophobia. Securing the saliva of a child suffering from the disease, he inoculated rabbits with it, and they died in 36 hours. He examined the saliva and the blood of the rabbits and found in both a new microbe, a minute disc having 2 points. He established by repeated experiments that hydrophobia is a disease of the nerves, that a portion of the medulla oblongata or of the spinal cord is very much more certain to produce the disease when introduced into the blood or placed on the brain than is the saliva. He succeeded at last in isolating the microbe, in making cultures of it, and then attenuating it, and in May 1884 he produced before a commission appointed by the Minister of Public Instruction the following results. Of 6 dogs unprotected by vaccination, 3 died as the results of bites of a dog violently mad. Of 8 unvaccinated dogs, 6 died after extravenous inoculation of rabic matter. Of 5 unvaccinated dogs, all died after inoculation by trypaning of the brain with rabic matter. Of 23 vaccinated dogs, not one was attacked with the disease after inoculation in any fashion, with the most virulent rabic matter procurable. During his long and busy life, Louis Pasteur has been honored after every fashion known to men. He has opened the gates of knowledge wider than they were ever opened before, and in his discovery of the germs of disease, and in his still more wonderful discovery of the possibility of attenuating those germs and converting them into vaccines, he has revolutionized all ideas of physiology. He is one of the greatest pioneers in science that has ever lived, and his work will make his name illustrious so long as men shall continue on this earth. The lesson of his life is the supreme value of experiment. For as was once said of him by Professor Dumas, Pasteur is never mistaken, because he never asserts anything he cannot show another man how to prove. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. General Charles George Gordon. Charles George Gordon, known as Chinese Gordon, Major General C.B., Royal Engineers, 4th son of Lieutenant General Henry William Gordon, Royal Artillery, and Elizabeth, daughter of Samuel Enderby of Crooms Hill, Blackheath, was born at Woolwich on January 28, 1833. He was sent to school at Taunton in 1843 and entered the Royal Military Academy at Woolwich in 1848. He obtained a commission in the Royal Engineers on June 23, 1852, and after the usual course of study at Chatham, was quartered for a short time at Pembroke Dock. In December 1854, he received his orders for the Crimea and reached Balaclava on January 1, 1855. As a young engineer subaltern serving in the trenches, his daring was conspicuous, while his special aptitude for obtaining a personal knowledge of the movements of the enemy was a matter of common observation among his brother officers. He was wounded on June 6, 1855, and was present at the attack on the Redan on June 18th. On the surrender of Sebastopol, Gordon accompanied the expedition to Kinburn, and on his return was employed on the demolition of the Sebastopol docks. For his services in the Crimea, Gordon received the British War Medal and Clasp, the Turkish War Medal, and the French Legion of Honour. In May 1856, in company with Lieutenant, now Major General, E.R. James, Royal Engineers, he joined Colonel, now General Sir, E. Stanton, Royal Engineers, in Bessarabia as Assistant Commissioner for the delimitation of the new frontier line. This duty was completed in April 1857, and he was then sent with Lieutenant James in a similar capacity to Erzurum, where Colonel, now General Sir, Linton Simmons was the English Commissioner for the Asiatic frontier boundary. The work was accomplished by the following October, when Gordon returned to England. In the spring of 1858, he and Lieutenant James were sent as commissioners to the Armenian frontier to superintend the erection of the boundary posts of the line they had previously surveyed. This was finished in November, and Gordon returned home, having acquired an intimate knowledge of the people of the districts visited. On April 1, 1859, Gordon was promoted captain, and about the same time appointed second adjutant of the corps at Chatham, a post he held for little more than a year, for in the summer of 1860 he joined the forces of Sir James Hope Grant, operating with the French against China. He overtook the Allied army at Tientsin and was present in October at the capture of Pekin and the pillage and destruction of the Emperor's summer palace. For his services in this campaign he received the British War Medal with clasp for Pekin and a brevet majority in December 1862. Gordon commanded the Royal Engineers at Tientsin when the British forces remained there under Sir Charles Staveley, and while thus employed made several expeditions into the interior, in one of which he explored a considerable section of the Great Wall of China. In April 1862 he was summoned to Shanghai to assist in the operations consequent upon the determination of Sir Charles Staveley to keep a radius of 30 miles round the city clear of the rebel Taipings. Gordon took part as commanding Royal Engineer in the storming of Tsingpu and several other fortified towns, and in clearing the rebels out of Karding. He was afterward employed in surveying the country round Shanghai. The Taiping rebellion was of so barbarous a nature that its suppression had become necessary in the interest of civilization. A force raised at the expense of the Shanghai merchants and supported by the Chinese government had been for some years struggling against its prowess. This force, known as the Ever Victorious Army, was defeated at Taitsan on February 22nd, 1863. Li Hung Chang, Governor-General of the Kiang provinces, then applied to the British Commander-in-Chief for the services of an English officer, and Gordon was authorised to accept the command. He arrived at Sung Kiong and entered on his new duties as a Mandarin and Lieutenant Colonel in the Chinese service on March 24th, 1863. His force was composed of some 3,000 to 4,000 Chinese, officered by 150 Europeans of almost every nationality, and often of doubtful character. By the indomitable will of its commander, this heterogeneous body was moulded into a little army, whose high-sounding title of Ever Victorious became a reality, and in less than 2 years, after 33 engagements, the power of the Taipings was completely broken and the rebellion stamped out. The maintenance of discipline was a perpetual struggle, and at one time there was a mutiny which was only quelled by shooting the ringleader on the spot. Before the summer of 1863 was over, Gordon captured Carpoo, Wokong and Patachau on the south of the Soochow, the great rebel stronghold, and, sweeping round to the north, secured Lee Koo, Wantai and Fusequan, so that by October Soochow was completely invested. On November the 29th, the outworks were captured by assault and the city surrendered on December the 6th. Gordon was always in front in all these storming parties, carrying no other weapon than a little cane. His men called it his magic wand, regarding it as a charm that protected his life and led them on to victory. When Soochow fell, Gordon had stipulated with the Governor-General, Lee, for the lives of the Wangs, or rebel leaders. They were treacherously murdered by Lee's orders. Indignant at this perfidy, Gordon refused to serve any longer with Governor Lee, and when on January 1st, 1864, money and rewards were heaped upon him by the Emperor, declined them all, saying that he received the approbation of the Emperor with every gratification, but regretted most sincerely that, owing to the circumstances which occurred since the capture of Soochow, he was unable to receive any mark of His Majesty the Emperor's recognition. After some months of inaction, it became evident that if Gordon did not again take the field, the Taipings would regain the rescued country. On the urgent representations of the British envoy at Pekin, Governor Lee was compelled to issue a proclamation exonerating Gordon from all complicity in the murder of the Wangs. Gordon then reluctantly consented to continue his services, on the distinct understanding that in any future capitulation he should not be interfered with. In December 1863, a fresh campaign was commenced, and during the following months no fewer than 7 towns were captured or surrendered. In February 1864, Yessing and Liang were taken, but at Kintang Gordon met with a reverse and was himself wounded for the first time. He nevertheless continued to give his orders until he had to be carried to his boat. After some other mishaps, he carried Chan Chu Fu by assault on April the 27th. The garrison consisted of 20,000 men, of whom 1,500 were killed. This victory not only ended the campaign, but completely destroyed the rebellion, and the Chinese regular forces were enabled to occupy Nankin in the July following. The large money present offered to Gordon by the Emperor was again declined, although he had spent his pay promoting the efficiency of his force, so that he wrote home, "I shall leave China as poor as when I entered it." The Emperor, however, bestowed upon him the yellow jacket and peacock's feather of a mandarin of the first class, with the title of Tai Tu, the highest military rank in China, and a gold medal of distinction of the first class. The merchants of Shanghai presented him with an address expressing their admiration of his conduct of the war. On his return home in the beginning of 1865, he was made a C.B., which is a Companion of the Order of the Bath, having previously received his brevet as Lieutenant Colonel in February 1864. In September 1865, he was appointed Commanding Royal Engineer at Gravesend, and for the next 6 years carried out the ordinary duties of the corps, superintending the construction of the forts for the defence of the Thames. During this quiet and uneventful period of routine work, he devoted his spare time to the poor and sick of the neighbourhood, stinting himself that he might have larger means wherewith to relieve others. He took special interest in the infirmary and the ragged schools. He took many of the boys from the schools into his own house, starting them in life by sending them to sea, and he continued to watch the future progress of his kings, as he called them, with never-failing sympathy. In October 1871, Gordon was appointed British member of the International Commission at Galatz for the improvement of the navigation of the Sulina mouth of the Danube, in accordance with the Treaty of Paris. During his tenure of this office, he accompanied General Sir John Addy to the Crimea to report on the British cemeteries there. On his way back to Galatz in November 1872, he met Nubar Pasha at Constantinople, who sounded him as to his succeeding Sir Samuel Baker in the Sudan. The following year, Gordon visited Cairo on his way home, and on the resignation of Sir Samuel Baker, was appointed governor of the equatorial provinces of Central Africa, with a salary of £10,000 a year. He declined to receive more than £2,000. Gordon went to Egypt in the beginning of 1874, and left Cairo in February for Gondokoro, the seat of his government, travelling by the Suez-Suakin-Berber route. He reached Khartoum on March the 13th, stopped only a few days to issue a proclamation and make arrangements for men and supplies, then, continuing his journey, arrived at Gondokoro on April the 16th. The garrison of Gondokoro at this time did not dare to move out of the place except in armed bands. But in the course of a year, the confidence of the natives had been gained, the country made safe, 8 stations formed and garrisoned, the government monopoly of ivory enforced, and sufficient money sent to Cairo to pay all the expenses of the expedition. At the close of the year, having already lost by sickness 8 members of his small European staff, Gordon transferred the seat of government from the unhealthy station Gondokoro to Lado. By the end of 1875, Gondokoro and Duff had been joined by a chain of fortified posts, a day's journey apart. The slave dealers had been dispersed, and a letter post organised to travel regularly between Cairo and the verge of the Albert Nyanza, over 2,000 miles as the crow flies. Gordon had also visited Magungo, Murchison Falls and Chibero, with a view to a further line of fortified posts, and he established for the first time, by personal observation, the course of the Victoria Nile into Lake Albert. Although he had accomplished a great work since his arrival, his efforts to put down the slave trade were thwarted by Ismail Pasha Yaqub, Governor-General of the Sudan, and were likely to prove abortive so long as the Sudan remained a distinct government from that of the equatorial provinces. He, therefore, at the end of 1876, resigned his appointment and returned to England. Strong pressure was put upon him by the Khedive to return, and on January the 31st, 1877, he left for Cairo, where he received the combined appointment of Governor-General of the Sudan, Darfur, the equatorial provinces, and the Red Sea littoral, on the understanding that his efforts were to be directed to the improvement of the means of communication and the absolute suppression of the slave trade. Gordon first visited Abyssinia, where Walid el-Michael was giving a great deal of trouble on the Egyptian frontier. He settled the difficulty for a time and travelled across country to Khartoum, where he was installed as Governor-General on May 5th. After a short stay there, he hastened to Darfur, which was in revolt. With a small force and rapid movements, he quelled the rising, and, by the humane consideration he showed for the suffering people, won their confidence and pacified the province. Before this work was completely accomplished, his attention was called away by the slave dealers, who, headed by Suleiman, son of the notorious Zabir, with 6,000 armed men, had moved on Dara from their stronghold Shaka. Gordon left Fisher on August 31st, 1877, with a small escort, which he soon outstripped, and in a day and a half, having covered 85 miles on a camel, entered Dara alone, to the surprise of its small garrison. The following morning, attended by a small escort, he rode into the rebel camp, upbraided Suleiman with his disloyalty, and announced his intention to disarm the band and break them up. Gordon's fearless bearing and strong will secured his object, and Suleiman returned with his men to Shaka. They rose again, and Gordon's Italian aide, Gessi, after a year's marching and fighting, succeeded in capturing Suleiman, and some of the chief slave dealers with him. They were tried as rebels and shot. The suppression of the slave trade had thus been practically accomplished, when on July 1st, news arrived of the deposition of Ismail and the succession of Tewfik, which determined Gordon to resign his appointment. On arriving at Cairo, the Khedive induced him first to undertake a mission to Abyssinia to prevent, if possible, an impending war with that country. Gordon went, saw King John at Debre Tabor, but could arrive at no satisfactory understanding with him, and was abruptly dismissed. On his way to Kassala, he was made prisoner to King John's men and carried to Garamudhiri, where he was left to find his way with his little party over the snowy mountains to the Red Sea. He reached Massoua on December 8th, 1879, and on his return to Cairo, the Khedive accepted his resignation. He arrived in England early in January 1880. During his service under the Khedive, Gordon received both the second and first class of the Order of the Majidiyeh. His constitution was so much impaired by his sojournings in so deadly a climate that his medical advisers sent him to Switzerland to recruit. He returned to England in April 1880, and in the following month accompanied the Marquis of Ripon, the new Viceroy of India, to that country as his private secretary. He resigned almost immediately, and was invited to China to advise the Chinese government in connection with their then strained relations with Russia. Gordon accepted at once, and although difficulties were raised by the home authorities, he reached Hong Kong on July 2nd, and went on by Shanghai and Chefoo to Tientsin to meet his old friend Li Hung Chang, who, with Prince Kung, headed the peace party. From Tientsin, Gordon went to Pekin, and his wise and disinterested counsels in favour of peace at length carried the day. In 1881 he went to Mauritius as commanding Royal Engineer, and while there was promoted Major General. In 1882 he was at the Cape Colony, endeavouring to arrange a peace with the natives of Basutoland, but he failed, largely through the treachery of the Cape officials. The success of the Mahdi in the Sudan and the catastrophe to Hicks Pasha in November 1883 had induced the British government not only to decline any military assistance to enable the Egyptian government to hold the Sudan, but to insist upon its abandonment to the Khedive. To do this, it was necessary to bring away the garrisons scattered all over the country, and such of the Egyptian population as might object to remain. To Gordon was entrusted the withdrawal of the garrisons and the evacuation of the Sudan. At Cairo, his functions were considerably extended. He was appointed, with the consent of the British government, Governor-General of the Sudan, and was instructed not only to effect the evacuation of the country, but to take steps to leave behind an organised independent government. By the month of March, having succeeded in sending some 2,500 people down the Nile into safety, Gordon found himself getting hemmed in by the Mahdi, and no assistance coming from without. On April 16, 1884, his last telegram before the wires were cut complained bitterly of the neglect of the government. The attack of Khartoum began on March the 12th, and from that time to its fall, Gordon carried on the defence with consummate skill. His resources were small, his troops few, and his European assistance could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Yet he managed to convert his river steamers into ironclads, to build new ones, to make and lay down landmines, to place wire entanglements, and to execute frequent sorties, while he kept up the spirits and courage of his followers by striking medals in honour of their bravery, and baffled a fanatic and determined foe for over 10 months, during the latter part of which the people who trusted him were perishing from disease and famine, and the grip of the enemy was tightening. In April, the necessity of a relief expedition was pressed upon the government at home, but without avail. In May, popular feeling found vent not only in public meetings but in the House of Commons, when a vote of censure on the government was lost by only 28 votes. Eventually, proposals were made to send a relief expedition from Cairo in the autumn, and on August 5th a vote of credit for £300,000 was taken for operations for the relief of General Gordon should it become necessary, and to make certain preparations in respect thereof. Even when it was decided that Lord Wolseley should take command of a relief expedition up the Nile, hesitation continued to mark the proceedings of the government, and time, so valuable on account of the rising of the Nile, was lost. It was September the 1st before Lord Wolseley was able to leave England. Then everything was done, but the delay had been fatal. In September 1884, having driven the rebels out of Berber, Gordon authorised his companions, Colonel Stewart and Frank Power, a Times correspondent, to go down the river in the steamer Abbas to open communication with Dongola. The steamer struck on a rock and they were both treacherously murdered. Gordon was now the only Englishman in Khartoum. On December the 20th, Lord Wolseley launched Sir Herbert Stewart's expedition from Corti across the desert to Metemma, where, after 2 severe engagements, it arrived on January the 20th, 1885, under command of Sir Charles Wilson, Stewart having been mortally wounded. In order to succour the advancing force, Gordon had deprived himself for 3 months of 5 out of his 7 steamers. These 5 steamers, fully armed, equipped and provisioned, were in waiting, and in them were his diaries and letters up to December the 14th. On that date he wrote to Major Watson of the Royal Engineers at Cairo that he thought the game was up and a catastrophe might be expected in 10 days' time, and sent his adieu to all. On the same day he wrote to his sister, "I am quite happy, thank God, and, like Lawrence, I have tried to do my duty." His diary ended on the same day with, "I have done the best for the honour of my country. Goodbye." It was necessary for the safety of his troops that Wilson should first make a reconnaissance down the river towards Berber before going to Khartoum, and when he started up the river on January the 24th, the difficulties of navigation were so great that it was midday on the 28th before the goal was reached, and then only to find it in the hands of the Mahdi, Khartoum having fallen early on the 26th after a siege of 317 days. From the most accurate information since obtained, it appears that the garrison, early in January, had been reduced to great straits for want of food, and great numbers of the inhabitants had availed themselves of Gordon's permission to join the Mahdi. Omdurman, opposite to Khartoum on the west bank of the river, fell about January the 13th, and about the 18th a sortie was made, in which some serious fighting took place. The state of the garrison then grew desperate. Gordon continually visited the posts by night as well as day, and encouraged the famished garrison. The news of Sir Herbert Stewart's expedition and the successful engagements it had fought on the way to Metemma determined the Mahdi to storm Khartoum before reinforcements could arrive for its relief. The attack was made on the south front at 3:30 a.m. on Monday, January the 26th, 1885. The defence was half-hearted. Treachery was at work, and Gordon received no tidings of the assault. The rebels made good their entrance, and then a general massacre ensued. The accounts of Gordon's death are confused and conflicting, but they all agree in stating that he was killed near the gate of the palace and his head carried to the Mahdi's camp. Intelligence of the catastrophe reached England on Thursday, February the 5th. The outburst of popular grief, not only in this country and her colonies, but also among foreign nations, has hardly been paralleled. It was universally acknowledged that the world had lost a hero. Friday, March the 13th, was then observed as a day of national mourning, and special services were held in the cathedrals and in many churches of the land, those at Westminster Abbey and St. Paul's being attended by the royal family, members of both Houses of Parliament, and representatives of the naval and military services. Parliament voted a national monument to be placed in Trafalgar Square, and a sum of £20,000 to his relatives. More general expression was given to the people's admiration of Gordon's character by the institution of the Gordon Boys' Home for homeless and destitute boys. Gordon's sister presented to the town of Southampton her brother's library in March 1889. Gordon's character was unique. Simple-minded, modest, and almost morbidly retiring, he was fearless and outspoken when occasion required, strong in will and prompt in action, with a naturally hot temper. He was yet forgiving to a fault. Somewhat brusque in manner, his disposition was singularly sympathetic and attractive, winning all hearts. Weakness and suffering at once enlisted his interest. Caring nothing for what was said of him, he was indifferent to praise or reward, and had a supreme contempt for money. His whole being was dominated by a Christian faith, at once so real and so earnest that, although his religious views were tinged with mysticism, the object of his life was the entire surrender of himself to work out whatever he believed to be the will of God. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne, General George A. Custer, by Eldridge S. Brooks, 1839 to 1876. Daring is always popular. The dashing fighter outranks the tactician and takes precedence over the engineer when the people's plaudits for valor fill the air. To be the beau sabreur of the army, as was Murat in Napoleon's day, and as Custer was in Grant's, it is as glorious as it is dramatic, as inspiring as it is picturesque. There were, in fact, many points of resemblance between these two dashing cavalry leaders, Murat, the Frenchman, and Custer, the American. Both smelled powder as the aides-de-camp of their chiefs. Both rose rapidly from grade to grade and from rank to rank until they stood at the top. Both labored at the end under the burden of criticism and detraction, and both met their death through a mistake and fell like brave and gallant soldiers. George Armstrong Custer was born in New Rumley in the state of Ohio on December 5, 1839. His father was a blacksmith and farmer of German stock, a descendant of Hessian officer named Kutzu, one among many who came to conquer and remained to live and die as citizens of the land they had failed to subjugate. Young Custer was educated in the district school of New Rumley and in the academy at Monroe in Michigan, where he went in 1849 to live with his sister Lydia. Returning to Ohio, he taught school for a year or more in Hopedale, near New Rumley, and in 1857 was able to see his boyish dream come true, and as a lad of 17 entered the United States Military Academy at West Point. Cadet Custer graduated from West Point in 1861 and hurried to the front at once, eager for service, for the war between the states had begun. He was made bearer of dispatches by General Scott. He fought at Bull Run as lieutenant in the 2nd United States Cavalry, to which he had been assigned. He conducted successfully balloon reconnaissance along the Confederate lines, and so inspired General McClellan by his energy, courage, and persistence that he was appointed aide-de-camp to the general with the rank of captain. For his dash and daring in the Rappahannock battles, he was advanced by speedy promotions to the rank of Brigadier General of Volunteers. His commission dated from June 1863, just 1 year after his appointment as aide-de-camp to McClellan. He won his brevet as major in the regular army for his brilliant leadership of cavalry at Gettysburg. He had a horse shot under him while heading the charge at Culpeper, and gained his brevet as lieutenant colonel of regulars for his gallantry in Sheridan's lights about Richmond in the spring of 1864. He won renown and glory at Sheridan's famous raid on Richmond by saving his brigade colors at the Battle of Trevilian Station, and in September 1864, his dashing valor at Winchester procured him his brevet as colonel of regulars and a volunteer rank of major general. He won the Battle of Woodstock by a wonderful cavalry engagement, routing the enemy whom he drove for 26 miles and capturing all their guns save one. In the bloody Battle of Cedar Creek, he fought at the head of the 3rd Division of Cavalry from start to finish, helping to turn a rout into a victory and recapturing all the guns and colors the Union troops had lost early in the action, besides taking all the Confederate flags and cannon. At Waynesboro, in the spring of 1865, still leading the 3rd Division, he won the day unaided. He captured 1,600 prisoners with all the enemy's camp, equipage, guns, and colors, and then turning for another onset, Custer drove the Confederate General Early from the field, destroying his command, scattering his army, and ending the campaign, so far as Early's army was concerned. For his brilliant engagement and for his bravery at the Battle of Five Forks and Dinwiddie Courthouse, on April 1, 1865, Custer was breveted Brigadier General in the regular army, and, as he had won the first colors taken by the Army of the Potomac in 1862, so in 1865 he received the first flag of truce when the end at last came, and was present at the historic surrender at Appomattox. Then he secured his last promotion. He was breveted Major General in the regular army and appointed Major General of Volunteers. It was a brilliant and exceptional record. He had fought in all the battles of the Army of the Potomac, save one. He was Sheridan's most trusted and favored cavalry officer. In less than 4 years, he had advanced from captain of volunteers to major general, and from lieutenant to major general in the regular army. He was but 26 when the war closed, and all his promotions had been won by his bravery, his dash, his daring, and his good leadership. During the last 6 months of the war, the 3rd Division of Cavalry, led by Custer, captured in open fight over 100 pieces of artillery, 65 battle flags, and 10,000 prisoners. It was a record of which any soldier might be proud, and it made Custer at once the idol of his hard-working troopers and one of the popular heroes of the day. At the great review in Washington, he rode near the head of the parade, leading what was popularly called the most gallant cavalry division of the age, greeted with cheers and flowers along the line of march. Custer's active service did not close with the war. He was sent to Texas as commander of a cavalry division, and in November 1865 was made chief of cavalry. In February 1866, he was mustered out of the service as Major General of Volunteers and became again captain in the regular army on leave. President Johnson denied him the leave of absence he asked for to fight under Juarez in Mexico against Maximilian the usurper, and in July 1866 he received his commission as lieutenant colonel of the newly formed 7th Cavalry, United States Army, the regiment that he made into Indian fighters and served with until the end. In November 1866, he joined his regiment at Fort Riley and was soon fighting Indians on the plains. He utterly defeated the hostile Cheyennes, Arapahoes, and Kiowas at the Battle of the Washita in the Indian Territory in November 1871. He was on post duty in Kentucky until 1873, and then again on the plains, where on August 4, 1873, he whipped a hostile Sioux at the Battle of Tongue River in the Yellowstone country, and again on the 11th of the same month at the Battle of the Bighorn. In the summer of 1874, he led an expedition of exploration and discovery into the Black Hills in the Dakota country, and in May 1876 led his regiment in what proved to be his last campaign, a march against the hostile Sioux in the unexplored region of the Little Bighorn. Here, with less than 300 men, he faced the Confederated Sioux, numbering thousands of warriors, and in a desperate and characteristic engagement, closed the record of a life of brilliant effort and daring by standing at bay against the tremendous odds of 10-1, until he and his entire command fell to a man, fighting desperately to the end. Custer was gallant, but sometimes indiscreet. He was daring, but often careless of consequences, and when in positions of command, he was apt to be impatient of cowardice and of greed. So he raised up enemies for himself, and twice these enemies sought and nearly accomplished his downfall. His last campaign was fought under the burden of an apparent official censure, galling to a man of Custer's impetuous nature, all the more so as he knew it to be unmerited and unjust. There is little doubt that this weight of wrong endangered a spirit of recklessness, foreign even to his daring nature, and led him to take risks he would not otherwise have accepted, simply because he felt a necessity for action and believed that through valor would come his speediest vindication. Had he been supported by those he relied upon, he might, even in the face of the overpowering odds marshaled against him, have come off victorious instead of dying an unnecessary sacrifice like another Roland, and if we accept the legends at just Roland's age, it is because that tragic ending of a valiant life was, viewed from the picturesque standpoint, its logical and dramatic conclusion, that American tradition and popular applause will, in the years to come, remember Custer not so much for the dash at Winchester, the daring at Waynesboro, or the valor at Five Forks, as for his immortal stand on the banks of the Little Bighorn when he and his brave troopers went down in death together. General Custer was the born soldier in face and figure, lithe, broad-shouldered, and sinewy in frame, nearly 6 feet in height, blue-eyed and golden-haired. He was the beau ideal cavalry leader, alert, active, ready, and responsive, with an eye to all details, a love for the picturesque in bearing and equipment, of great endurance, abstemious, healthy and strong, and as much at home in the saddle and with the saber as in his own little house in Monroe, or by his blazing campfire. He married in February 1864 Elizabeth Bacon, a daughter of Judge Daniel S. Bacon of Monroe. For 10 years his wife was his constant companion in camp and in frontier service, and she has written many sketches of his active life in the saddle and his characteristics as soldier and as man. General Custer, at the time of his death, was engaged on a series of war memoirs, and his articles on frontier life and army experiences found ready acceptance and wide favor. He was undoubtedly America's best cavalry leader and won a place as a perfect general of horse beside the world's dashing war riders from Hannibal's Thunderbolt, Mago the Carthaginian, to Maurice of Nassau, and the Golden Eagle, Marat the Frenchman. 14 of the 37 years he lived were spent in actual service in the camp or on the battlefield. He was a brigadier general at 23 and a major general at 25. In the height of his popularity and his phenomenal success as a cavalry leader, he was a picturesque and familiar figure to friend and foe alike, as in his broad cavalier's hat, his gold bedizened jacket, and high cavalry boots, with his long hair streaming in the wind, he would ride like a tornado to the accompaniment of Gary Owen, his favorite battle air, carrying all before him, a subject worthy the pencil of a Van Dyke, the very type of the dashing trooper of romance. But that there was a method in his dash and a practical element in his daring, even the generals he outranked and the civilians who tried to direct him would admit. And to be the choice of McClellan and the favorite of Sheridan gave the assurance of worth to his leadership and of value to his valor. In 1877, Custer's remains were removed to the graveyard at West Point from the battlefield of the Little Bighorn, where he had first been buried amid the fallen heroes of his own brave band. In 1879, the government made the battleground where Custer met his death a national cemetery and raised a monument, upon which appeared the names and rank of all those who fell in that needless and fatal but heroic fight. End of section 31. Section 32 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Henry M. Stanley, by Noah Brooks, born 1841. Two white men, one from America and the other from England, met in the heart of equatorial Africa on the shores of Lake Tanganyika, November 10, 1871. This was their first meeting. The Englishman had been lost to the outside world for more than 2 years, and the American had been looking for him since the early part of 1871. Finally, after many great difficulties and perils, the American found the lost explorer, surrounded by his black guards, friends, and companions. They had dimly heard of each other through the vague rumors of the natives for months past, and now meeting face to face, the American lifted his cap and said, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" The Englishman nodded an affirmative reply, and the other said, "I am Henry M. Stanley." It was in this simple yet dramatic way that two of the most famous American travelers of modern times met in the heart of the Dark Continent. Quite as dramatic, perhaps, was the departure of Stanley in pursuit of Livingstone. Stanley was not widely known previous to his expedition to Africa in search of Livingstone. He had served as a war correspondent of one of the great New York newspapers for several years, and was known to his craft as a faithful, accurate, and courageous newspaper correspondent. He had dared many dangers, and had encountered and overcome obstacles that would have dismayed a less intrepid soul. In 1868 he served the New York Herald as correspondent during the war in Abyssinia, which raged between the British and King Theodore. It was here he got his first taste of African adventure. It was not a long war. The British shut up King Theodore in the fortress of Magdala, where he perished miserably by his own hand in the flames of his burning citadel. Then Stanley went to Spain, where a great civil war had broken out, and he witnessed the sacking of cities, the prosecution of sieges, and battles large and small innumerable. This war over, in the autumn of 1869, the civilized world was wondering whether Dr. Livingstone, the African missionary and explorer, were dead or alive. Dr. Livingstone, who was of Scottish birth and was in the service of the London Missionary Society, had been long laboring in South Africa, a country of which the outer world then knew but very little. Along the coast here and there were points occupied temporarily by white traders and travelers, but the interior of the Dark Continent was known only through the tales of the slave catchers who brought to the coast the black people they had gathered like so many cattle in the interior. Dr. Livingstone was doing what he could to spread the light of the Christian religion through those benighted regions. His first departure into the interior of Africa was from Cape Town in 1840, and for more than 33 years he spent his life in the arduous work to which he had consecrated himself. In 1858 he had returned to England and published a book, giving an account of his missionary labors and his discoveries, and liberally provided with means, he returned to Africa carrying on his work. He was accompanied by his wife, who died in the interior of Africa in 1862. In 1863, he returned to England and published a second book, giving some further account of his explorations. Again, in 1865, he returned to Africa, and for more than a year no word came from him, but there ran a rumor that he had been killed by the savages. Early in 1869, however, letters from Dr. Livingstone, written a year before, were received on the coast, showing that he was alive and well. He had traveled many thousands of miles, being the first white man that had ever penetrated those dark and mysterious regions in the heart of Africa. But now, in the autumn of 1869, more than 20 months had passed since any word of his had come out of the darkness, and the world was ready to believe that the faithful missionary and explorer had dared his fate too often and had died in the jungles of Africa. It was at this time that Stanley, resting after a long and arduous campaign in Spain, received from James Gordon Bennett, who was then in Paris, a telegram summoning him to an interview at that city. Arriving at the French capital early in the morning, Stanley went straight to Mr. Bennett's lodgings before that gentleman had risen from his bed. In answer to his knock, a voice commanded him to enter. The two men had not met in many years. Stanley was bronzed and aged by sun and storm, and Bennett, surprised, abruptly asked, "Who are you?" "I am Stanley, and I have come to answer your message," was the reply. Bennett motioned Stanley to a seat, and after a moment's pause asked, "Will you go to Africa and find Livingstone?" Stanley was startled. For a moment he reflected, then he replied, "I will," and before he left the room his agreement with Bennett was practically concluded, and some of the larger details of the expedition were mapped out, and Stanley left the hotel clothed with a commission to find Livingstone, and promised all needed funds for expenses and for the relief of the great African explorer, should he be in need, as it was expected he would be found, if at all. Stanley first went to the east coast of Africa, where he arrived in the early part of 1871. Months were consumed at Zanzibar in making ready the expedition with which he was to penetrate into the interior. Several caravans or trains were dispatched, one after the other, loaded with ammunition, arms, provisions, and the necessities of life, and with a large supply of goods with which to purchase a right-of-way through hostile or unfriendly kingdoms and states. Bringing up the rear of these various trains, Stanley and his armed force left the coast of Africa, March 21, 1871. He had with him 192 persons, Negroes and Arabs, and as he launched out into the untraveled places of Africa, 2 words rang in his ears: "Find Livingstone." Enduring many hardships sometimes, fighting and sometimes coaxing the natives, Stanley pressed on his way, his general course being in a northwesterly direction, signs, rumors, and perhaps instincts leading him to believe that Livingstone, if found alive, would be discovered somewhere in the region of Lake Tanganyika. It would be impossible to describe the vagueness and mysteriousness of the rumors which float to and fro in an untraveled and savage country, but as the intrepid adventurer pressed on, he heard more and more credible reports of the lost white man. His first convincing intimation of him being near Livingstone was when a black met him, and speaking to him in tolerably good English, told him that a white man was said to be in a village nearby. This man was one of Livingstone's servants, and soon the two, one from America and the other from England, met at Ujiji on the shores of the lake. Stanley remained with Livingstone until March 14th of the following year, busied with explorations of the fascinating region into which he had penetrated. He supplied Livingstone with all the goods that he could spare, and on his return to Zanzibar, he sent him a caravan with men, supplies, and such articles as he needed. Fulfilling the orders of Mr. Bennett, Stanley never again saw Livingstone in life. Livingstone died of malarial fever contracted in the African marshes, and his faithful blacks embalmed his body and carried it to the coast hundreds of miles, bringing with him every article belonging to the faithful missionary, even to the smallest scraps of paper on which were penned the last notes of his journey which he ever wrote. Livingstone was buried with grand ceremony in Westminster Abbey, and Stanley was one of those who bore him to his grave. Stanley's early life was a romance. He was born in Wales, near the little town of Denbigh, and his parents were so poor that when he was about 3 years of age, he was sent to the poorhouse of St. Asaph to be brought up and educated at the expense of the parish. At the age of 13, he was his own master, and though young, he was ambitious, well-informed, and well-poised. He taught school while yet a lad in the village of Mold, Flintshire, North Wales. Tiring of this uncongenial occupation, he made his way to Liverpool when he was about 14 years of age, and shipped as cabin boy on board a sailing vessel bound to New Orleans. Like other British-born youths, America was to him the promised land, and thither he turned his steps in pursuit of fortune and fame. In New Orleans he fell in with a kindly merchant, a Mr. Stanley, who adopted him and gave him his name, for the youngster's real name was John Rowlands. His protector dying without leaving a will, the boy was once more turned adrift, but he managed to live and sustain himself, and when 21 years of age, in 1861, the great Civil War having broken out, Stanley went into the Confederate service, then recruiting at New Orleans. He was subsequently taken prisoner by the Federal forces, and being allowed his liberty, He volunteered in the United States Navy. He did his work well and was in due time promoted to be acting ensign on the ironclad Ticonderoga. He made friends wherever he went, for he was a brave, modest, and of a frank disposition. The war over, he was discharged from the naval service, went to Asia Minor, where he saw many strange countries, wrote letters to the American newspapers, and in 1866 revisited his native village in Wales. Returning to the United States, he entered the service of the New York Herald and went to Abyssinia as war correspondent, as before stated. Stanley returned to Europe after his discovery of Livingstone in July 1872 and published his narrative, but many people in Europe and in America refused to believe his story. Some persons who thought themselves expert in knowledge of African travel proved to their entire satisfaction that he never had been far from the coast, never had seen Livingstone, and that his wonderful tale was a tissue of romance. The Queen of England showed her belief and confidence in him by sending him a box of gold sets with jewels, and the Royal Geographical Society of Great Britain, a very high and mighty body, showed him great honor. The attention of geographers and scientific men was now turned to the great lake Tanganyika, about which very little was known. The outlet of the lake was as yet undiscovered. The secret sources of the Nile were unknown, and the great river that reaches the Congo coast from the interior was then, so far as men knew, lost in the foam of the cataracts above. Even the already famous lake known as the Victoria Nyanza was indistinctly sketched on the maps, and people familiar with African exploration were uncertain whether that great body of water was a lake or a chain of lakes. Stanley was asked by the editor of the London Daily Telegraph if he could settle these great questions if he were commissioned to go to Africa. He replied, "While I live there will be something done. If I survive the time required to perform all the work, all shall be done." James Gordon Bennett was asked by cable if he would join in the new expedition. His sententious reply flashed over the ocean was, "Yes, Bennett." And Stanley's second great work was already determined upon. Only 6 weeks were allowed for preparation, and it was noised abroad that Stanley was taking another expedition into the heart of Africa. He was overwhelmed with offers of volunteer assistance and with a great variety of strange contrivances to help him on his journey. Finally, all preparations being concluded, he left England August 15, 1874, accompanied by only 3 white men, Frank and Edward Pocock and Frederick Barker. These men, with the goods and other needed articles for the expedition, were sent on ahead, and 20 months after his last previous departure from Zanzibar, Stanley was once more at that point of departure, ready to begin his preparations for another plunge into the heart of the dark continent. Some of the black men who had been with him on his previous journey when he searched for Livingstone were found at Zanzibar, and they were all eager to go with him again. And when he was ready to depart, he had in his company 224 persons, some of the black men taking their wives with them. The company, after leaving Zanzibar, landed at Bagamoyo on the mainland, November 13, 1874, and 5 days later his column boldly advanced into the heart of the dark continent. The general direction of the expedition was at first nearly westerly. Then turning to the north, it was aimed for Victoria Nyanza. The march was obstructed by marshy regions overflowing with recent rains. Moist exhalations and poisonous vapors prevailed, and the first month was a gloomy one. Stanley's own weight in 38 days fell from 180 pounds to 130 pounds, and the 3 young Englishmen with him were greatly reduced in strength and flesh. One of these, Edward Pocock, was prostrated, and though he was carried back to the high, dry tableland near the coast, he died and was buried in that lonely region. By January 21, 1875, 20 of the black men of the expedition had died. Many were sick and disabled, and 89, discouraged by their misfortunes, deserted. They were now in a hostile region and were attacked by natives day after day in succession, but after much hard fighting, They got away and labored onward toward the Victoria Nyanza, which they reached on January 27th near its southern shore. This event was celebrated with great joy and cheerfulness. They felt that they were out of the wilderness. 6 weeks were now consumed in the voyage around Victoria Nyanza. During the absence of the exploring party, Frederick Barker, who had been left in the camp on the lake, died of fever, leaving Pocock and Stanley the only white men in the party. It was here that Stanley met King Metisa, the king of Uganda, a benevolent and mild-mannered pagan who had previously been converted to Mohammedanism and now accepted the Christian religion with equal cheerfulness and good nature. On his way westward, Stanley passed through the regions of King Romanika, an eccentric character at whose court the white men heard many strange stories of unknown regions in the heart of the continent. From this point, Stanley went southwardly to explore that part of Lake Tanganyika which lies south, and this he found to be 320 miles long, averaging a width of 28 miles. It has no known outlet, and a sounding line of 280 feet found no bottom. His next march from Tanganyika to the river Lualaba was toilsome and perilous, and beset with dangers almost incredible. At Nyangwe, Stanley touched the most distant point in Central Africa ever reached before by white man. Here he met with Tipu Tib, the famous Arab trader. This man, who has always seemed to be master of the destinies and fortunes of the wild, roving tribes in the interior, agreed to accompany Stanley on his exploration of the Lualaba, or Great River. If it had not been for this agreement with Tipu Tib, it was most likely that Stanley's expedition would have ended then and there, and we would never have known, as we now know, that the Congo and the Lualaba are one river, the second largest in the world. Its line extends from its mouth on the west coast of Africa more than halfway across the continent, and it has its rise in the Great Lakes of the interior. To this vast stream, Stanley was given the name of Livingstone. The object of Stanley's journey now was to throw light on the western half of the continent, which was then represented on the maps by a blank, through which meandered a few vague and uncertain lines representing rivers, guessed at but not known. Stanley got on better with the natives than did any of those who had gone before him, for he was wise, patient, and gentle, and yet so firm and decided that he was held in great awe and respect by the black men wherever he was known. Leaving the river and deflecting to the westward, he struggled on through a forest matted and interlaced with vines, swarming with creeping things, damp and reeking with vapors, and dripping with moisture. It was a most intolerable and horrid stage of the journey. When again he struck the great river, he resolved to go by land no further. Here he was abandoned by Tipu Tib, who refused to go on. Stanley resolutely set himself to work building and buying canoes, and led by his own English-built boat, the Lady Alice, his expedition started finally down the river, which here flows due north. The fleet was 23 in number, and was loaded with stores, goods, and supplies. It was a wonderful voyage. The explorers were harassed at times by savage tribes, some of them believed to be cannibals, who attacked the strangers from shore, or in pure wantonness, as they drifted down the stream. Sickness and hunger were often their lot, and they were overtaken by tropical storms. In some places, too, they encountered rapids and cataracts, around which their fleet had to be dragged through paths cut in the primeval forest while the savages hovered around them. The forests were populous with wild beasts, chimpanzees and gorillas, monkeys, and all manner of four-footed things, infested the clambering vines that festooned the trees. They were once attacked by the hippopotamus, and elephants and rhinoceroses were never far away. At a point below where the great river turns from its great northerly course and flows westward, just above the equator, was discovered a series of cataracts, 7 in all, the first of which was named Livingstone Falls, and the 7th Stanley Falls. The natives from this point downward to the mouth of the Congo had lost something of their natural ferocity, as they had been tamed by trade from the west coast, and great was the rejoicing of Stanley's Zanzibar men when they encountered native warriors with firearms in their hands, for this showed they had reached a people supplied by traders from the Congo coast. The passing of the last group of cataracts was attended by numerous dangers. In spite of all their efforts, canoes were sometimes carried over the falls and wrecked, and on June 3rd, Frank Pocock, the last of Stanley's white companions, was drowned in the Congo by the upsetting of a boat. Pocock was a brave, faithful, and devoted follower of Stanley, who has paid a touching tribute to the manliness, affection, and courage of the young Englishman who lies buried in the savage wilderness of the Congo. Very soon as they drew nearer to the west coast, in the latter part of the summer of 1877, sickness, distress, and famine pressed hard upon the wayworn travelers. They were destitute of nearly everything that could sustain nature. The natives refused to sell supplies, and starvation stared them in the face. Knowing that a trading post was established at Mboma, a 2 days' journey down the river, Stanley wrote on an old piece of cotton cloth a letter asking for help, which was sent to the trading post by his swiftest runners. This letter was written in Spanish, French, and also in English. Stanley, in his anxiety and despair, leaving no means untried to reach the unknown traders whom he heard were at Mboma. The men into whose hands these three-folded messages fell were English and Portuguese. The response was prompt and generous. The messengers were sent back, followed by a small caravan laden with ample supplies of food and the necessities of life, greatly to the relief of the starving people who, upon the arrival of this timely aid, had eaten nothing for 30 hours. On August 9, 1877, the 999th day from the date of their departure from Zanzibar, Stanley's company, now numbering 114 blacks and one white man, met the generous traders and merchants of Mboma, who received the wayworn voyagers that had crossed the dark continent. From the mouth of the Congo, the expedition was carried by steamer to Pineda, a seaport a short distance up the coast, whence they were taken to the port of San Paulo de Loanda, where they embarked on board a British man-of-war and were taken to Cape Town. Thence, touching at Port Natal, they steamed to Zanzibar, where they arrived on November 20, 1877. Long since given up for dead, the Zanzibar men were greeted by their kindred with signs of thanksgiving, tears, and cries of joy. They had crossed the heart of the continent, doubled the Great Cape, and were again at home. Stanley returned to England from Zanzibar, arriving in December 1877. The King of the Belgians had been planning an expedition to open up the Congo country to trade, and now requested Stanley to take command of his expedition. Stanley undertook the management of the new organization and returned to Africa in 1879, where he remained nearly 6 years, hard at work on the Congo, making roads, establishing stations, and opening the way for commerce. The Congo Free State, founded by King Leopold, lies chiefly south of the Great Bend of the river and contains an area of 1,508,000 square miles with a population of more than 42 million. The articles collected from the African trade at points along the Great River are ivory, palm oil, gum, copal, rubber, beeswax, cabinet woods, hippopotamus teeth and hides, monkey skins, and diverse other things. Stanley now made brief visits to Europe and the United States. While he was in this country in the winter of 1886 and 1887, he was summoned back to Europe to take once more command of an African expedition to rescue Emin Pasha, governor of the province of Equatorial Africa. Emin is the Egyptian name of Dr. Schnitzler. He has been generally known throughout Africa as Emin Pasha, and was governor of the province, which is one of the outlying posts of the Egyptian government, when the revolt in the Sudan took place. When General Gordon was besieged in Khartoum, the province of Emin Pasha was cut off from the rest of Egypt, and Emin was shut up in the region north of the Albert Nyanza, whose capital is Lado, on one of the minor branches of the White Nile. To relieve him in his isolation and necessity, A subscription was started in England, and once more, equipped with men, arms, ammunition, and other supplies, Stanley sailed for Africa in January 1887, making his headquarters, as before, at Zanzibar. The supplies for the expedition were shipped directly to the Congo and carried upstream by steamers. At Zanzibar, Stanley's old friend Tipu Tib was met, and he signed an agreement making him governor of Stanley Falls to defend that post against all comers, a salary being guaranteed him. Then, accompanied by Tipu Tib, Stanley went to the mouth of the Congo by the way of the Cape of Good Hope, reaching the river March 18, 1887. Then, ascending the stream on which he had met so many hardships and endured so much suffering, he carried his force of nearly 1,000 men and his supplies, arms, and ammunition to the relief of Emin Pasha, an enormous quantity altogether. The white companions of Stanley on this expedition were Major Barttelot, who had served with distinction under General Wolseley in Egypt, Major Sir Andrew Clark, Lieutenant Stairs, Captain Nelson, Dr. Park, Rose Troop, Mountjoy Jepson, William Bonney, and Mr. Jameson. Of these, 2 returned to England before the termination of the journey, and 3 perished during the wanderings of the expedition through 4,500 miles of trackless wilderness, pestilential marshes, and region populous with hostile savages. From June 1887 to December 1889, the party was lost to the world, and no definite news from it reached civilization. The expedition, which had been divided into 2 parts, generally pursued its way in a northeastward course. Major Barttelot was left on the Aruwimi at Umbaya with 257 men and the main part of the stores to await the coming of the promised reinforcements from Tipu Tib. A long delay ensued, and troubles broke out in consequence, it is said, of the rash and imperious demeanor of Major Barttelot. And finally Barttelot was murdered, and the entire rear guard was broken down by desertion and pillage. Jameson collected the remains of the party, but he soon after died, and Mr. Bonney succeeded to the command and collected and kept the men together. Meanwhile, Stanley's march ahead was made with many difficulties, and he encountered rapid streams and other obstacles unforeseen and unexpected. Toward the end of December 1887, Stanley's exposition having reached the Albert Edward Nyanza, and still being unable to open communications with Emin Pasha, it was decided to return to the forest and build a fort, and after resting the forces, make a new start toward the lake. This fortification, known as Fort Bodo, was inhabited until April 1888, when Stanley pressed on and finally found Emin Pasha and his companion, Dr. Casati. They had passed through the country of the dwarfs, nearly perishing with hunger, and when they reached the lake, Emin's soldiers had mutinied, and he was a prisoner. Emissaries from the Mahdist dervishes had stirred up the camp of Emin and caused extricable confusion. Emin was reluctant to leave the province, and when Stanley and his white companions determined to attempt to reach Zanzibar by an unexplored route, Emin refused to depart. 4 months were spent in an effort to overcome the reluctance of Emin Pasha and Captain Casati, who were unwilling to leave their people. Emin's plea was that 10,000 of his people would have to be extricated from the province and carried to the coast. After many and exasperating discussions, Stanley refused to wait longer, and Emin, who had become nearly blind, brought away with him about 500 persons. The expedition then, over a southeasterly route, made its way toward the coast. The course of march from Albert Edward Nyanza was nearly in a direct line to the Uzinja country on the southwest shore of the Victoria Nyanza. The party passed south of Victoria Lake and reached the east coast December 4, 1889. The caravan, since it left Albert Edward Nyanza, had dwindled from 1,500 to one-half that number. This latest journey of Stanley lasted 1,012 days, of which hardly 20 were without tragical and perilous incidents. The story of the annihilation that overcame his rear guard had been often told. it will probably never be settled exactly where shall be placed the blame for that frightful disaster. On his return from the Emin Relief Expedition, Stanley revisited the United States, accompanied by his bride, who he had lately married. He gave lectures in several of the largest cities of the country on his surprising adventures in Africa. He was now prematurely aged by his terrible experiences, and though his eye was still bright and his frame alert, care and privation had whitened his hair, exposure had darkened his skin, and left its wrinkled impressed on his forehead. Everywhere he was received with the greatest enthusiasm and followed by eager thousands who gazed upon his face and hung with rapture on his words. In 1892 he returned to England, and availing himself of his British nationality, stood for Parliament in the district of Lambeth, City of London, as a Conservative candidate. Much to the surprise and grief of his friends, he was defeated, and since he has remained in private life. End of section 32. Section 33 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne. Thomas Alva Edison. By Clarence Cook, born 1847. As someone has called Leonardo da Vinci the great Italian Yankee because of his multifarious and ingenious suggestions in the world of material things, so our own Edison may be called the Yankee Leonardo, for with a curiosity ranging over the whole world of nature equal to that of the Italian, and with a fecundity of invention no less bewildering, he unites, like Leonardo, an imaginative and poetical vein that lifts his devices into the domain of art. Yet Edison is in no respect a graceful or romantic figure, such as Leonardo was. He reminds us rather, by the weird and cosmic nature of his speculations and inventions, of someone of the beings created by the Norse mythologists, a 19th century gnome, rough, shaggy, uncouth, wholly absorbed in his search among the secrets of nature, and while working always for the good of mankind, dwelling in a world apart, and with neither time nor inclination to mix in human affairs. Thomas Alva Edison was born at Milan, Erie County, Ohio, February 11, 1847. He started in life hampered by poverty, by want of teaching and training, without friends outside his own home circle to encourage him in pushing his fortunes, and with small opportunity in the little village where his lot had been cast for bettering his condition. On his father's side, he came of sturdy Dutch stock. The old man, who was still living in 1879 at the age of 74, reckoned among his immediate ancestors as one who lived to be 102 years old, and another who reached 103. He would appear to have been, like pioneers in general, ready, if not obliged, to turn his hand to any employment that might yield a living, that must be scanty at the best. And we read of him as in turn a tailor, a nurseryman, a dealer, first in grain and then in lumber, and an agent for the sale of farmlands. He seemed to have been unable to do much for his body beyond teaching him to read and write, stimulating his taste for reading by paying him small sums of money for every book he read through. He had no need to insist that the reading should be done thoroughly, for it was the boy's way to do thoroughly everything he undertook. His mother also helped Thomas in learning. She was of Scotch extraction, but through her parents were from the old country. She herself was born in Massachusetts, where for a time she had been a school teacher. This, then, with the exception of 2 months at the village school, was the limit of young Edison's education, to use the conventional term. The world was now to take him in hand and show what it can do with material so unpromising. Before he was 12 years old, the boy had found a place as a newsboy on the Grand Trunk line running to Detroit. In the intervals between his raids upon the helpless passengers with his newspapers, periodicals, novels, and candies, he kept up the habit of reading, and by practice acquired a remarkably clear and finished handwriting. His next step was to secure the sole right of selling newspapers on the train, and he soon had 4 boys under him to assist him in the work. Having then bought a lot of old type from some printing office, he rigged up a rude frame in one of the baggage cars that served as a lumber room, and then proceeded to set up and print a newspaper which he called the Grand Trunk Herald, and sold with the other newspapers. As he had no press, he was obliged to take off the impressions by rubbing the paper on the ink type with his hands. In some way, a copy of this newspaper found its way to the London Times, and the editor spoke of it as the only newspaper in the world printed on a moving train. During the fighting at Pittsburgh Landing in 1862, Edison printed off abstracts of the telegraphic news and posted them up on the small country stations, thus rendering a great service to the people anxiously waiting for news from the field. The terminus of his train was Detroit, and here for the first time he had access to a library. In his enthusiasm at finding himself in virtual possession of such a treasure, he determined then and there to read the whole library through, as it stood, using this time between trains. Beginning at one shelf, he read 15 feet in a line, going through each book solidly from cover to cover. In his first bout, among other books, he read Newton's Principia, Urey's Scientific Dictionary, and Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. All this time, by hints and suggestions, nature had been pushing the youth toward the field he was finally to occupy, almost by right of eminent domain. As yet, telegraphy was in its infancy, and the powers of electricity only began to be known. Edison had from the first been interested in the workings of the telegraph line along the railroad, and had made some experiments with a rude line of his own, connecting his father's home at Port Huron, a village to which the family had some time before removed from Milan, with the house of a neighbor. To do this, he had to make a battery out of odds and ends, old bottles, stovepipe wires, and nails made out of zinc, contributed by his youthful friends, who in their zeal cut pieces out of the zinc mats under their mother's stoves. He had no one to teach him telegraphy, but an accident, if accidents there be, was unexpectedly to put him in the way of learning its secrets. The child of the station master was in danger from a moving train. Young Edison snatched it up and saved its life at the risk of his own, and the grateful father rewarded him by teaching him what he knew of telegraphy. Armed with this rudimentary knowledge, and with what, in addition, he had learned by practice, Edison passed the next few years of his life in moving about over the country, seeking employment, less, it would appear, for the sake of employment than for the opportunity of increasing his practical knowledge of the art that was to swallow up, in his mind, all the other arts. But he seems to have succeeded almost in spite of himself. He was so eager in his chase after knowledge that he was continually tripping himself up. While still at his trade of newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railroad, he had come across at Detroit probably a copy of Fresenius's Qualitative Analysis, and had become so much interested in chemistry that alongside his printing press he had fitted up a small laboratory with a chance medley apparatus for experiments, and one day a bottle of phosphorus was upset, and the car taking fire was only saved by the energy of the conductor, who promptly pitched the whole apparatus, with the printing press to boot, out at the door, and then gave the young Versinius Franklin a thrashing. Later we hear from him, in the course of his wanderings, set to watch a telegraph machine in the absence of the operator, and to prove he was on guard, he was to send the word 6 over the line every half hour. Not to be interrupted in the book he was reading, he contrived a device that did the work automatically. In another office, he kept back messages while he was contriving a way to send them more quickly. Disappearing from this office, he appears again in another, this time in Memphis, Tennessee. But his interest in solving the problem of duplicate transmission proved so absorbing that he continually neglected his duties, and on the occasion of a change of officers, he was dismissed as a useless member of the staff. At Louisville, he upsets a carboy of sulfuric acid, which ruins the handsome furniture of a broker's office on the floor below, and again finds himself adrift in an unappreciative world. Yet he had proved himself, in spite of all drawbacks, an adept of uncommon skill in telegraphy. And so widespread in scientific circles was his reputation that he was sent to Boston to take charge of the main New York wire. The impression made by the records of his life at this time is that he looked upon all these employments merely as so many opportunities for the earning his bread while pursuing his beloved experiments, and that the bread earning was the least important part of the affair. No doubt he always meant to do his duty, but the ecstasy of invention and the thirst for discovery carried him out of himself and made him often oblivious of sublunary things. While in Boston, he kept up his experiments and perfected his duplex telegraph, but it was not brought into successful operation until 1872. In 1871 he came to New York, and having attracted the attention of the stock exchange by some ingenious suggestions put forth while busied in repairing the machine that recorded quotations, he was made superintendent of the Gold and Stock Company, and brought out his invention of the printing telegraph, by which the fluctuations of the stock market in any part of the country are instantly recorded on narrow strips of paper. The immediate success of this invention, and the great demand for the machines, led him to establish a workshop for their manufacture in Newark, New Jersey. But soon the need of still more space, and a desire for freedom from interruption while at his work, obliged him to give up Newark, and he found new quarters at Menlo Park, New Jersey. A bare plot of barren acres destitute of natural attraction of any kind, unless it be what to Edison, indeed, is a great charm, an uninterrupted view of the sky, a place virtually unknown before he planted there the rude buildings that house his wonderful inventions, yet now a place known to scientific men all over the world, the mecca of many a mind seeking to wrest from nature their dearest secrets. No doubt many of the inventions that have made Edison famous must be ascribed in their conception and ripening to various periods of his life, but to the popular mind they are all associated with the wizard's present home, from whence for several years the bulletins of inventions, playful, useful, necessary, revolutionary, often as simple in their mechanism as they are astonishing in their results, have been given to a delighted world. Some of Edison's inventions have a character at present of little more than picturesque playfulness, such as the phonograph, perhaps the most remarkable of these minor inventions. The aerophone, by which sounds are amplified without loss of distinctness. The megaphone, an instrument which, inserted in the ear, so magnifies sounds that faint whispers may be heard 1,000 feet. The phonometer, for measuring the force of the sound waves caused by the human voice. The microtasometer, for measuring small variations in temperature. This has been tested for so small a variation as 1/24,000th of a degree Fahrenheit, and 1878 was used to detect the presence of heat in the sun's corona. The most familiar of these lesser inventions is the phonograph, by which sounds are made self-recording and capable of being repeated. While this curious invention, almost childish in its simplicity, is as yet little more than a plaything, and has proved of small utility, it makes nevertheless a strong appeal to the imagination when we reflect that by its aid the voice of any human being may be transmitted to ages far in the future, and its living tones be heard long after he who uttered them has returned to the dust. But while these inventions have the charm that invests the fairy tales of science, the worldwide fame of Edison rests upon greater gifts to the world, the various improvements he has made in the telegraph, and the perfection to which he has brought the electric light, the invention of the telephone, by which persons are enabled to converse with one another at very long distances, and by which concerts, operas, and orations or sermons in one city can be heard by an audience assembled in another, is one of the most remarkable of Edison's achievements, and one the usefulness of which in various directions it is easy to foresee. The idea of the transmission of messages in opposite directions by the same wire is one that had early occurred to Edison, but he was long in reducing it to practice. The secret once discovered, however, he rapidly progressed until he had brought out the sextuple telegraph, where we believe the ability of the instrument rests at present. The inventor next turned his mind to the study of the electric lamp, in which he saw great possibilities. He believed that should be cheaper than gas, and also purer, more steady, and more to be depended upon. He rejected the principle of the voltaic arc involved in the brush patent then in use, by which the electric current was passed through a strip of platinum or other metal that required a high temperature to melt, because in practice it was found that in fact, owing to the difficulty of regulating the flow of the electric current, the medium did often melt. He therefore sought for a medium that should be practically indestructible, and believed that it would be found in pure carbon enclosed in a vacuum. After many trials with one and another substance, he at length found that by employing slender strips of cardboard, reduced by intense heat to carbon, connecting them with the wires leading from the machine, and enclosing them in glass bulbs from which the air had been extracted, the desired result could be produced. The next step to accomplish was the division of the light, so that any number of lamps could be supplied by the same pair of wires, a condition absolutely necessary if the invention was to be of practical utility as applied to the lighting of factories, public buildings, or private households, wherever, in short, many lights are needed. This was finally accomplished, and in December 1879, an exhibition was given at Menlo Park of a complete system of lighting. This first demonstration of the possibility of light division created a great interest in scientific circles all over the world, especially as scientific experts had testified before the British House of Commons that the feat was impossible. The Edison incandescent burner is now in every use in every city, town, and hamlet in this country, and it would seem as if it must of necessity before long drive the costly, unhealthy, and dangerous coal gas out of use for illuminating purposes, although we believe a wide field of usefulness lies before the coal gas as a substitute for coal in our kitchens. Thomas Edison has received few public honors from his countrymen, but the nature of his work has been such as to make his name a household word throughout his native country, and not only by the admiration excited by his genius, for it deserves no less a name, but by the practical everyday benefits he has conferred. He has earned a place in the goodwill and esteem of his fellows, such as seldom falls to the lot of a man. End of section 33. End of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 6, by Charles F. Horne.